I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play yourself.
Yeah, you gon' need 100 men, 100 scopes, 100 cans just for you to watch what I'm doing under the sun again. God-given gift, MC's doing the running man. If you want me to get it poppin', may cost 100 pence. Yeah, what I supply is always in demand. The throne is mine, take that. It ain't a high five, got the upper hand. I'm too real, can't fake that. Who you know putting fear in them like this? You a vampire, still suck when you bite this. Lord forgive me for my sins, I'm feeling righteous. But they been asking me to show me I might just. They didn't think I could do it, I had to demonstrate how the flow is so heavenly, keeping demons straight. Who they fooling? I showed them the jig is up again. When I asked them who is the best, they get this to stuttering. Tell them
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play yourself.
I came this far, nothing can't stop me now. They knock me down, but they can't count me out. I can't lose, I won't lose. I can't lose, I won't lose. You may wanna save yourself. I think it's best you run away. I won't let you finish. When you came for me, you played yourself. You scream for help. It's a shame that nobody will hit with. No pain, no gain. Watch who you bang with. Make it to the top with the same ones I came with. I shoot my shot. You better know that I'ma never miss. When they coming for me, yeah, I'm gonna tell them this.
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play yourself. driver's seat. Don't gotta hurry in the name of love. When you ride with me, don't gotta worry when tomorrow comes. I'll put you in the driver's seat. Don't gotta hurry now, 'cause we stay in control in the name of love.
Please select service you want. Select destination station. Select number of tickets to buy. Insert amount of money. Insert amount of money, 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 of money. Insert amount of money.
Damn, look at that, they broke the mold. Give you some more, make you overdose. Damn, look at that, they broke the mold. Give you some more. Damn, look at that, they broke the mold. Give you some more, make you overdose. Damn, look at that, they broke the mold. Give you some more.
Damn, look at that, they broke the mold. Give you some more, make you overdose. Damn, look at that, they broke the mold. Give you some more.
Real bad, bitch, got it like that. Got it like that, got it like that. Real bad, bitch, got it like that. Got it like that, got it like that.
They broke the mold.
Take me out to the place I wanna be. Press the fire, all the scars in me. Don't know why I was with.
Yeah.
Didn't know why I was with.
It's like I'm chilling in the Matrix, yeah. No neon, but there's neon light shining on the people when it's lighting up their faces, yeah. I guess I see you in my spaceship. Beam me up, I've had enough of humans. I don't even come from extraterrestrial. I've been someone died in stratosphere. Guess they fear what they don't understand. I've had enough of this land, so take me up, take me up. I said just take me up, take me up. If it comes to me and you just trust me, I don't give a fuck. I will smash you into smithereens like I should turn to dust.
I want you laid on the precious words you say. Didn't know why I was with. Didn't know why I was with. Tears go dry. I can't stand the tears, it's just making me cry. Didn't know why I was with. Didn't know why I was with. Silence is mine.
Fill him up another pot of blood. Then he throws the money on the bar. He never lets me keep the change. Fighting with the mirror, he's deranged. Why don't you smile? Why won't you smile? Asking me to play their favorite song. Play it so that they can sing along. Will they hear what I'm writing? I'll give them something more exciting. To make them smile, to make them smile. To make them smile, to make them smile. Says I never call her, hang her on. Thinks I've got another girl. Should've thrown it all away. Or should've stayed another day. And she will smile, and she will smile. And she will smile, and she will smile. Why don't you smile? Why won't you smile? Why don't you smile? Why won't you smile?
hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. If they could, they probably should. I left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would.
I was caught up in a situation, could have gone real bad. I dipped, took a long vacation, no doubt left man of them mad. Gone. I left the hood, I said I would, so I'ma get mine and I won't feel bad. Nah, if they could, they probably should, but most man end up in a two-man pad. Left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. Ain't coming back. If they could, they probably should. Oh yeah. I left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. Left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. Ain't coming back. If they could, they probably should. Oh yeah. I left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would.
I was caught up in a situation, could have gone real bad. I dipped, took a long vacation, no doubt left none of them mad. I left the hood, I said I would, so I'ma get mine and I won't feel bad. If they could, they probably should, but most man end up in a two-man bad. I was caught up in a situation, could have gone real bad. I dipped, took a long vacation, no doubt left none of them mad. I left the hood, I said I would, so I'ma get mine and I won't feel bad. If they could, they probably should, but most man end up in a two-man bad.
Left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. I ain't coming back. If they could, they probably should. Oh yeah. I left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. Left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. I ain't coming back. If they could, they probably should. Oh yeah. I left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would.
I was caught up in a situation, could have gone real bad. I dipped, took a long vacation, no doubt left none of them mad. I left the hood, I said I would, so I'ma get mine and I won't feel bad. If they could, they probably should, but most man end up in a two-man bad.
I was caught up in a situation, could have gone real bad. I dipped, took a long vacation, no doubt left man of them mad. Gone. I left the hood, I said I would, so I'ma get mine and I won't feel bad. Nah, if they could, they probably should, but most man end up in a two-man pad. Left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. Ain't coming back. If they could, they probably should. Oh yeah. I left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. Left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. Ain't coming back. If they could, they probably should. Oh yeah. I left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would.
I've had better nights of sleep. In the dark, you're my only friend, the only one to truly depend on. And I finally feel free. I feel like
Let's go. Welcome back, everyone, to the channel. I'm MarkPower. The amazing CC, aka Devlin, is with us. Cold Crew. How you doing, mate? How's things?
Doing good, baby. Doing good. Basti here for day number 3 of what seems to be an exciting event. I've been watching in chat, man, and let me say it has been hype. The games have been interesting, and like you've mentioned, like I said, Vorpal Swords coming and swinging.
Yep. Well, we were talking just off cams, and I think let's have a look. Let's start with that map order, which is on today. We're going to be kicking things, again, the reverse order. So be our Arangles first up. We've got our Vikendi Tago, and then we have that Miramar. Yesterday, Vorpal Swords started on our Miramar, and they got the chicken dinner. They ended on Arangle and got a chicken dinner. They consistently have been doing really, really well. But it's definitely worth noting that they're not all the way up there. They are struggling to kind of catch up with Twisted Minds. They took massive chunks out of the gap between Twisted Minds, but NAVI came swinging quickly yesterday.
And then, like I said, you had mentioned Twisted too. I mean, Twisted Minds came out some victories yesterday, some big points. Every time I was in the chat, I mean, Twist was getting support. I mean, and sometimes, like I said, that goes its own direction. Like, so when you have the chat coming in there, you can assume that the players chat's the same way. Like I said, you're feeling good. Momentum's built, like I said, and it looks like Twisted Minds, like I said, came with the right mindset to keep themselves in first. The difficulty in order for these teams to get into that first place, yeah, Vorpal Swords, like I said, they're swinging. NAVI swinging, new roster, everything looks great, but still, Twisted Minds is just holding it tight there at the top with 121 total points.
It was good. They've been really consistent as well. Putting chickens on the board, Morley getting those kills, 74 for them. So a big start to them, especially for the first couple of days. I felt it was a bit of a, not a plateau, but there was a great consistency from them. Obviously, Vorpal Sword going more aggressive. We saw Question Mark getting more aggressive. We saw a doozy with the glider. I'm really hoping he gets the glider Panzer sorted for today as well. I feel like Vorpal
Good shot from Gib. Good shot from Gib.
Oh, 100%. If he hits that as well, you know. I really love that he's just flying around and picking up so much in intel. But today's going to be key. Teams like Question Mark, teams like Vorpal Sword, they've only got 6 more games left to be able to put the points on the board, and more importantly, see if they can take over that Twisted Minds lead. And Twisted Minds have been holding it for very, very long. Key things for us now is to get ourselves loaded into plane. Check down the players, make sure they're not stealing any of the snacks off the cable carts and the carts on the plane. It's going to be game number 1. It's going to be another angle. I'll see you guys in a few. It's time to have PUBG fun. Our game number 1, it's a nice flight path, actually. It goes all the way across that bottom side. So a west, all the way across to that east, dividing Arangle into 2 spots. Thank you to the guy behind all of the artwork. He is really driving me, people, to get away from this kind of black and white theme. I will give it to him, right? He's grinding me down slowly. But I can't fault his work. His work is outstanding. So I can't take any credit at all for any of the artwork that you see or any of the overlays. That's all him. If you need any artwork, if you need any new logos or overlays or Twitch panels, like, hit me up. I'll give you his details. Go send him a message. Plane done and dusted. Doesn't look like we've got a hot drop. It looks like most teams are going to spread it out. That is equal to a, hey, it's the last day. And guess what? We've only got 6 days left to do it. Or 6 games, shall I say. 6 days. I'd love to have 6 days left.
Hey, 6 days left. That would be a long tournament, buddy. But talk about at least over 50 games.
Mate, I'll take it all day.
Hey,
I don't know if my voice would, though, if I'm honest with you. It does. I get a bit crackly on day number 3.
by day number 3, like, at the end of the day, you're just kind of feeling it out. 20 games in, like, we're halfway through, but they're still putting up. I'm just kidding, yeah. Day 3, 6 games. 6 games is still going to be a lot for these players to make the change. They're up top. I mean, there's only a 20-point difference for our top 3. And then, again, kind of making its way down into, question mark FUT Esports territory. Those are still, fighting it out there between the 10 and 15-point difference, too. So, I mean, there is plenty to change. The totals can definitely start to shift up us and give us an end of the top 4 leaderboard. So, if Aaron Gale gives us a pretty common zone, we have the potential for it to shift down south, with that military kind of potential. But this is an opportunity game for majority of these teams here. This is one that they're going to play friendly. They're going to find somewhere comforting, and they're going to move themselves, into again we're going to call a clutch position.
It is a clutch position. It is potential. I am actually, if I'm honest, I am worried about that south shift. I look at this zone and look, logic going, I think we're going to get that kind of Pachinki, that south Pachinki field, or what's it called? Snowmobile, some people call it. I think logically people are going to be looking at this as that. But I've seen zones like this. And if it does hold on to that Millie Island, especially for that first shift, it's dangerous that it can remain.
Yes, and like I said, that's the potential that the first zone kind of spells. Like I said, it's a little bit of disaster, but if we could at least get a 20, 60, after a little bit of water obviously in play there after phase 1 shifts out, okay, then we can start to breathe. Then we can start to, kind of tone things in and kind of plan for an orbit. If we get that southern where it's still like 40-40, it's obviously the water in the middle, then we're going to be looking towards some dangerous end game here. And again, you have to kind of, take the gamble of north or south at that point. And right now, Vorpal Swords, being so high on the leaderboard and being so high on the charts, like they've got the first opportunity, they've got the first swing. They've also, got the opportunity to set up a bridge camp here to pick up some huge points.
Yep. Well, the thing Vorpal Sword needs to keep an eye on, though, is if it does swing that way. We have seen teams rotate on that east bridge over and kind of take a wider wrapping towards zone. We know teams like Acend, they won't do on this one because they're on the west, but teams like Acend will take a bit more, I don't want to say cautious. I think cautious is the wrong terminology. It feels like a tactical rotate.
Strategic, yeah.
Yeah, they come in, they go wide, they go for that east bridge, they then try and play across towards that military because they know it's going to be clear because of the flight path. Maybe Vorpal Sword made it because they know that's where they land. So they'll be a little bit more cautious. Vorpal Sword on the dangerous side, though, if they get locked into a fight on that west bridge, if someone comes to that petrol garage or that area, it can be quite dangerous because Vorpal Sword might get a bit of tunnel vision. And we mentioned them early. Vorpal Sword are a team that need to have another good day. They've had a good day number 1. They've had a good day number 2. They've not had an outstanding day 1 or 2. That's why they're sitting in that 3rd place now. Hold on to 2nd for some time. But I feel like this team is gelling together well at the moment. So expect good things from them, especially for the 2024 season. I definitely feel like we're going to see good things from them come on this last day.
Yeah, hands down, man. Like I said, day 3, you have nothing left, to leave on the table. Like I said, if you're looking to, take home the points, boss, and leave nothing undid. So it's another 5 games after the first match. It seems like, again, everybody's getting the chance to kind of create this breathing room and, not have the hot drops. The rotations are going to be a little tricky, but for the most part, like I said, assuming the inner teams kind of take the rotations in early to solidify themselves, kind of into more central positions, that's going to open it up for the eastern and western teams to kind of rotate themselves in. Teams like Faze, who are going to find themselves, into a nice comforting zone, coming in from the rotation. But this is one of those ones that you are going to take the stack rotation. You want as many vehicles as possible. So if you do get shots coming down, you want to make it as difficult as possible. Pound car in a common Aaron Gale circle like this can spell disaster. If you're not careful with it.
Dangerous. So these teams are spreading their cars out. We had a good day yesterday actually for Esports. I think underestimated about some of the capabilities they could deliver. I think they're still getting warmed. Yeah, so do I, mate. I think people sleep on them. If I'm honest with you, like I just feel like they're sometimes, like I said, they're underestimated a little bit, and people sleep on them. They're strong, even as a 2. This team, like I said,
I've seen Vard and company and HC and company. I'm saying, like, as like a 2-man, still hold it down towards the end game. I mean, they're putting up fights against some of the top players here, and they're coming out in a 2nd or 3rd. I mean, they're respectively, like, so they're losing to players early on. A lot of the times, I think it's FUT's problem. But when FUT's full 4, in the end game, like, they're a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. Gaimin Gladiators have as good of a week compared to last week. I know last week was a different event. But for now, they are anchoring down the compound, trying to tap that out because that's a potential crash. I'm more interested, though, the Twisted Minds. This is where you start to see different dynamics, right? When people start making the push onto teams, onto players, because they're chasing points down. So Twisted Minds could be in that position if they receive a knock. I wouldn't be surprised to see not just a team pushing them, but maybe other teams local to them just go, hey, do you know what? We need to get them out. We need to get them out early. Can we do anything early game to maybe stop the opportunity where Twisted Minds can get points on the board? Because we know they are good at putting points on the boards, and they can do it really, really well. At the moment, not too many teams just clashing heads. Definitely a little bit of a stalemate, but it's game number 1, right?
Yeah, everybody's still got the jitters. They're still working it out. They're waking up. You know, they're getting the dust off from yesterday, and they're also trying to make sure that the mistakes are to a minimal today. You know, they've made everything they can at this point. They've grabbed the information. They've decided the changes. They've put the roster in that they feel is going to be best, or that's the most available, right? And it's a matter of putting it on the board right now. So they're taking this time, and I like to see the team slow it down in phase 1, phase 2. I love a hot drop, but getting to set up and actually get yourself a chance to react accordingly is going to be really good. So you're going to see teams here in this first phase, not necessarily, I don't want to call it comfortable, but they're going to be strategizing to a point which makes sense to them, and they're going to be able to build this strategy on all 4 players, on all 4 on both legs. I'll say all 4 legs, but I believe we're human, so we have 2.
Mate, not in PUBG, mate. We're animals. Beasts. The Howl beasts. Talk about them. They're getting pushed. Like Acend there. Aggressive move. They had some shots from Spire and knew where they were. It was the call to stack up on the car, and off we go. SSG. Again, invasion to this event. The Invitational RNA team that's in here. I suppose they are 2-2 split, 2NA, 2EU. They've been pretty good. I think they've been really consistent as well. They've struggled in a few games, but the team has. And as I jinxed, though, Page, he goes down. He's safe for a risk. Kupeka will be happy there, but he's on the top. He's going to have to get some reinforcements. We know how will collapse any sort of split they can. Look at this move as well. Just hanging around, needs to be cautious. That wrap all the way around for him. He goes down, but he able to get some shots on. What a spin. It was a 360 spin, a laser point towards that tree. He's got to try and get anything he can back on. Looks like Page getting confirmed here. Roth trying to provide some cover, but he just really can't. This might be one of those situations where SSG struggle in some games to keeping those numbers up, but see what they can do from a survivability point of view. And Roth going to have to cut loose and go. That's unfortunate for SSG. I think they slept a little bit on that compound. They're coming in quite late. Should have maybe scouted it a bit early, and Page went down pretty quick.
For SSG's defense there, I would not expect a compound like that in this zone to have people at it. So, they pulled up, you could tell, like, so they were looking like, we got this. Like, let's not even worry about the scout. I mean, they pulled up, to the hill, so they had some chance to fall back. But, I mean, there wasn't enough, look on to. Had Roth been where he was before they made that move in, that was a stop and go, right? That was, all right, hey boys, let's take the re-rotate. And look, they get the school for free. They get D&B for free. But yeah, a matter of, just kind of taking a random guess, to an outside compound like that. And there's Howl.
My days. Oh, here we go. Vorpal Swords are laughing. They are going to be in stitches now. We said it. The zone's dangerous. It can do this. Right? There's a couple of teams in good position. Faze potentially, if they can get out the grasp of the Gaimin Gladiators. They'll be on the coastline. Teams will try and push over for the coastline as well. Not to cross now, though. Just to try and hold out. It's that bridge. I just need to keep an eye on that bridge because we know it's going to be a matter about timing, and it's going to be who sends it first. Levante is going to play up and over. He sees the player. Don't know if he knows Gems of Doom is taking his toes to the water just below him. But here we go. It's the bridge of Doom himself, though. Question mark taking some shots at Acend. Acend and moving their way around. Pod looking to cross at the same time. Scrap that. Pod's gone up high. Fairy Tale have crossed over. Acend going for a full send. PWD does pick up one. Brexco has to go for the stop here as him and Kilikai will take a look. But it's Chris says, hell no, I'm moving a little bit further forward. And this is Vorpal Swords' potential game to conquer some major points. They needed a gap. They needed an opportunity to close the gap. This potential shift could be a happy for them.
PUBG is absolutely spelling out here. Here's a little mistake there. Maybe a drop and go. I like to touch and go here, but Vorpal Swords being the first across did allow one team to make it across. So there's now 2 teams allowed. Acend is there in the middle. They're kind of taking the middle of the bridge here, and teams are now going to start to forfeit and say, hey, we're going through the water. We're taking the boats. We see an air parachute from Fut. Big move from Fut right there coming across the top as, yeah, teams are just caught here at the coastline, just taking shots left and right. Third party, fourth party. And honestly, it's hard to, you know, grab information when you have so many teams trying to make that journey across right there. NAVI did take the backside, it looks like, so they've joined on the eastern side of the zone right there. So a couple teams making it in here, but Vorpal Swords still hanging tight. They've got opportunity for a couple more kills, but wow.
Only PWD would do this. Big Brains PWD, that's why he's got the name. He's like, as I said before, I mentioned the stream, he's got this like little Discord where he's taking print screens of like zones and he knows where cars can situate themselves. I wouldn't be surprised that he's tried this out on ranks, and he's just gonna catch potentially, because you wouldn't look him. Maybe he's hanging out a little bit. Maybe Killer Kai is gonna spot him, but there goes one. They line up for him. It's Chris goes down. They've got to try and gather the information. Don't quite know. Killer Kai crosses over to gain that information, but they've got to be cautious. Nayback goes down as well. But goes further afield, and PWD Big Brains put some big brain moves on. Write that one down, boys and girls in chat, because that's a move that just put on 3 kills.
Oh my God, Vorpal Swords to just eliminate Ace like that. I mean, Acend was, they looked comfortable. They strategically put themselves in that position there. But again, the big brain coming in handy to just really catch them off guard. The first 2 knocks, or at least the initial knock to open the door for Nabat right there was huge for them. And like I said, even a team that doesn't cross, still halfway able to make it up. And now Redline capitalizes on some kills. Howl gonna get taken out. Now spinning on a 360 here. Finds some shots on the vehicle. Honey Badger in the mix, gets the knock, gets a flush, and that's 2 on the board for Redline with some beautifully placed shots there.
That was really strong here. I'm waiting for the next victims to fall onto the bridge. Not quite just yet. The zone goes back that way, and talk about a game 1. What more do we want, people, than some crazy PUBG zones when teams are clawing for some points? GG comfortably not moved as aggressive out. They've stayed on the top side. NAVI opted to go across. They've spreading themselves down on that sort of east-hand side, as they will sweep most probably all the way across that south to southeast as well. Faze need to get in foot. Did take the E pickup, so that E rotate for them has really worked out. They positioned themselves not too bad, and Question Mark opted to come across as well pretty early. A few teams in here. I still think we need to focus sometimes on the teams sitting on the outside, because pods are arguably got a bit of a decision to make. Like, they've got to either hold that side now, CC, or they've got to try and commit across. They already know the dangers on the other side, though, so surely it's a sit and wait.
This is a matter of, you may take that bridge all the way into phase 5, you know, and you're just going to slowly but surely cross it. You'll use the middle of the bridge to get yourself in, and maybe the best play, honestly, from the team that has to cross over there, knowing that you don't want to take the gamble until you absolutely have to. Plus, you get the opportunity to set up for some rotation kills yourself, so we'll see if it does pay off for them. It's going to be a difficult way to cross against Vorpal Swords, the way they've controlled the bridge, but definitely seems to be hitting. And here goes Twist with some 1, 2, 3.
It's not as dramatic as I thought it'd be.
I was going to say, it looked good. The rock looked amazing, but yeah, unfortunately, the PUBG mechanics must have hit a blip there.
I knew he was going to do. I can just feel that. He's got this little PM twisted mind tingling my bone. Didn't quite connect to the rock, I think, as he wanted. Bench Heroes make their way over. Roth's already a good rotate from him. Redline, they looked good yesterday. They struggled on day number 1. I think Honey Badger is on tryout, testing, practicing, subbing. Not quite sure. Not really my position to find out. He struggled day number 1. Honey Badger, a name, a brand that we know. Played on some big teams, NA and EU as well. But it's really struggled. Esports though get down Faze. Teams lose 1. Then our fellas team looking over this neck of the woods as well. Might just divert slightly. Don't forget, Foot did take that E pick up, so they were here first. See if they can hold down that turf.
And great to meet you. Looking to make an entrance here for the squad. Just driving his way through the military base here. Scouting it out. Fut in the background there. Will take a few shots. Nothing really too concerning here for the team, but everybody's kind of starting to find their positioning here now. Surprisingly, with the zone being as difficult it is, we still have 47 players up, moving into phase 4, which is a little bit more surprising. There's Roth finding some damage in the back. He's putting some kills on the board for SSG as Fut does the rest of the damage. They will eliminate Howl right here, and there's Roth finding another one now just really continuing to put some points on as a solo for SSG. Made his way across the bridge and doing some mutual destruction in the backfield here. So a couple of teams, you know, who suffered in the beginning, still able to capitalize and put some points on with this kind of crazy circle going on.
It's difficult. It's a very difficult zone. We said early. You called it. You said there's a danger it could go south. You jinxed it. I'm blaming you now, CC. You put the cold crew down, mate, like it's a blizzard at winter. And the zone shift away. It does come back slightly. There's going to be flash, so he's going to go. And unfortunately for them, the final player, Jedrox, but he's running blue. He's faced them before. It's going to be pretty chunky now. As we see Nailip, he's going to get that finish up. So they've already claimed title to 1. Luke Rock should hear Hakatori above him. I'm really loving the sort of Diffix Hakatori duo we've got going on at the moment. But so is Nailip. He's putting down Hakatori. That's pretty quick. That's another point on the board for them. NAVI losing numbers. They've got to be cautious. And Pod, there's a reason why I didn't come over early. It's because they had knee pickup and Soft needs to try and deal with it. But it's going to be pretty hard when under the plane will land straight on top of you with that plane. Diffix final player now. He's got to cut. He's got to go. Got to find a new home because other teams are working in. And Luke Rux is one of those teams trying to make the push in himself.
That's a team like Pod with a plane for your for your logo. I mean, you got the E-parachute down. Talk about dropping in, taking it away from the Soast right there. Unfortunately, looks like they've taken some losses now in the backfield, trying to fight out with Redline, but looks like have at least made themselves inside the zone. They've got a full fight still to deal with against Redline there as the Smokes try to delay this. Util comes in a little bit shy of Redline's position, so not going to connect there, but looks like that's our next fight really to kind of be concerned on as Vorpal Swords has Twisted Minds pinned at the beach here. I don't know if they're going to be able to let them in. They know who the team is because the knock just came through on Faze. So Vorpal Swords trying to set up and trying to get one of their competitors, the top of our leaderboard, out of the lobby so they can start to methodically catch this 20-point game for themselves.
It's been split. Neighbor does get example, but I don't think he's picked up the tooling. Oh, has he seen that? Peter, you seen him? I think he has seen him. There's a headshot. Oh, crazy Lou puts him down. It's kind of round the robin, round and round the merry-go-round. Vorpal Sword and Twisted Minds. Crazy Lou on the last two come over. Actually, where's Perfectix? Is he over? He is over. Yeah, he's taking a fight now on another team, so not really engaged. It's kind of down to Crazy Lou here. Nabat is going to extend and try and get that res. It's like he's going to get there in
probably not going to come.
Oh, that was close. That was close.
Got to respect the try.
Yeah.
Here comes the second res. And like I said, Twisted still finding some it looks like Perfectix, even though he's not in the fight, still putting some points on the board for Twisted Minds there. As an example, will go down Batulance as well. It's now down to the solo on the bridge, Crazy Lou, and then Perfectix, who's got himself a nice little bowl to play from. But back to the fight with Pod and Redline here. The knock came through onto Dante. Dante's getting the pickup from Pin, and still in the 2v4 as we switch gears. Still lots of fights happening. Phase 5 again. Phase 4, we still had about 40 players still up, and now we're starting to see the after effects of that.
It's the after effects because the zone's starting to give up some normality, should we say. Fellas, he threaded the needle between multiple teams. Somehow, some way, he got to this location. Mr. goes down, but he has been rezzed. He needs to be cautious now because Foot is the neighbor. But look at that. GG Aria. We sneak in their way, and we saw this from yesterday from our Lone Ranger Doozy. He actually survived out from a question mark point of view. So let's just not write him out just yet. Might be cautious. SSG still alive, and Navi, fortunately, down some numbers and underneath the eyes of Nailub.
And again, down to just Diffix. Navi's got a difficult journey ahead. They will take the help there from Pod. It looks like who's starting to finally put some shots down on the Redline. Actually, skip that. That's Faze. Faze from the back actually doing that correctly, finding the knock right there. As he's one of the last players up for Faze here. Looks like he may be able to do some destruction, but the nade will stop him in his tracks right there. Huge nade. And Faze, unfortunately, with an opportunity to do some damage, will get stopped short. Now Diffix taking his shot to come in as Pod's just going to wait in the zone here. They'll wait for the fight to conclude, and then after we see this Navi Redline fight, eventually they're going to have to make their way into the zone here, but you got Pod setting up ready for this collapse to happen.
Yeah, I think they're going to try and delete him with some nades now. Kind of roughly know where he is. Diffix, though, like the play, like the smoke push that gave him the opportunity to get to that rock. The rock then was the play. Unfortunately, he was just shy of picking up Honey Badger and Mixie as they duck their heads back in. Now he's just trying to look for the opportunity. He's using the smoke just to block those lines of sight, and I expect him to sort of bump to our left. There he goes. He's making the move further in. Use the smoke, use the terrain, use the hard cover what he can. He's going to continue to play this kind of round robin. But look at this. It's aggressive stance. It's a 3-on-1, and he just put the first knockdown.
Big opening knock right there. He has bought himself some time here on the side as well. As you can see, no team's really with an interesting eye in this direction, but the stuns, the util still starting to come through as the blue falls on his back. He's got the jammer pack to buy some time so he can slow it down, but in the blue waiting is Honey Badger. He's going to sacrifice himself to get that knock. That will buy the rest of the team time to set the res up, but I want to say that's going to cost Honey Badger his life there.
Yeah, it's a nice hold. Honey Badger will go down. Good shot so from Diffix. Nice spin. He just flicked over to him really clean as well. So that was a good hold. Smart is the final player now for Redline. It was a good hold from them. Are they still alive? Question mark, chipping their way down. It's kind of Vorpal Swords and Twisted Minds. What I said to you before, I do fear, especially on the last day, teams kind of collapsing in. I know the old school days we used to get like, oh, they're going to get hot drops. We don't really get the hot drops nowadays, right? But there is a different mindset when teams know they're chasing down a certain player or a certain team. They change the dynamic of how they play. So we see this with Twisted Minds. Vorpal Sword clearly haven't given up the location for them. And now they are looking to try and finish up. Question mark coming this way as well. Alia is still alive. And kick him just on the outside edge. As the rest of these teams really engaged down in the middle. Esports move their way forward. Beamy lays down to waste as Michael. And the fellas unfortunately picked apart. Fairy Tail's one side, Pod the other. And it felt like Foot playing into the middle. 9 teams, remain. We're nearly in our top 8 for our placement. There's a few solos lurking around.
Yeah, surprisingly enough, like I said, we do have quite a bit of solos here. Again, you kind of expect it in a zone like this with, just so much assured destruction. You knew teams were going to have difficult rotations. You knew teams were going to start to come down to the wire here. And you can now see, on the outer skirts of things, teams starting to just kind of hold edge. Fut looking good, all 4 on. Question mark with the 4 up. So I said 2 teams still with full 4 up and looking pretty strong in their positions as well. Once question mark either allows Vorpal Swords and Twisted Mind to deal with themselves or takes care of them, I could definitely start to take control here of the northern side. Then the focus will be on with Fut right there. And there it is. Perfectix is going to find that first and final knock onto Crazier there. And that's going to open the door for Twisted to keep that gap, keep it up. They have 6 kills to 7 from Vorpal Swords, and now they're inside the top placement. So continue to keep that gap up. Twisted Minds playing, in a difficult position, crossing the road, and what looked to be Vorpal Swords, day, and what looked to be the game 1 for them, unfortunately, is pretty much matched evenly with Perfectix able to survive into the top 7 right there. So 6 teams remain, 15 players left alive coming into phase 6 right now. As again, we're like you said, Mark, we're starting to finally see a little bit more of a normal end game, starting to slow it down and make sure the fights come through. Oh no, Alia.
Right.
Finds one knock, repeats the other.
Jeez. Try and get those confirmed. No, I was about to say the tree's just going to hoover that. He's got no more meds. We worth noting. Spyro comes in. Good play, actually. Took the knock where he wanted to. He didn't go for that instant secondary flush. He went to go for that knock on to Beamy. But now Beamy's going to try and tuck in, and he does put down 1. Down to Aintsy. He's the final player for them. Now making a quick 9 kills here from Foot. I say people sleep on him. Hopefully not this time. It's not going to be the case though. Redline pick up 1. Question Minds will go for the other, and GG will pick up 1 as well.
GG's the question mark. I love the way that they did not waste time. They finished the kill there onto Twisted Minds. Immediately took approach to get this hillside. Heard the third-party shots, peeked over, and were able to finish the fight before they can reset. Had Fut been able to get both those reses, it would have been another 4v4 for question mark. They come in, they find him licking the wounds. They're able to not only take a couple of kills for themselves, but eliminate the only other team with 4 players left alive. So now they've got T to deal with, Fairy Tail with 2, and the Redline with the solo here. But power and numbers just went to question mark there.
It is a bigger shift. Wait for that zone to go back. Does go back to course question mark, and that power shift. Looking at question mark, want to try and put a chicken dinner on the board. I think it's their first one actually this event. I will double check that in a second, but we've got 4v3, v2, v1. You couldn't ask for any more. And question mark, you played slower coming into this area, controlling that bridge, controlling that north side, sweeping their way across the west. Now cleared that Vorpal Sword, cleared the Twisted Minds. And as you mentioned, instant push onto Foot Esport. Good read of the kill feed. They find themselves in really good position. Spyro is going for a little bit more of a wider wrap. And she's not. He's going back now because he needs to get some more gear.
Take one more check inside the box, see what else is in there, make sure you can get the last little bit of util and expendables to make this fight that much easier, as we have the Redline solo still in, outlasting Pod, fighting through Diffx, fighting through Faze, Correxy, and now just kind of lining up, securing some points there for the squad. Fairy Tail just on 1 kill, 2 players up. Haven't had the most action this round, but now they're full sending towards Redline. They've got Bestel still at the top, so I don't know who's going to come out on top here. He's still laying in wait. Bestel's going to take the opportunity, goes for the first bit of shots. The second set comes through, and there it is. Just like that, Bestelich will take care of Fairy Tail. Redline does try to come alive there, but unfortunately nothing to gain there. It's down to Fairy Tail, or excuse me, it's down to Smooth T and question mark in the 2v4.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Fairy Tail kicked. Yeah, it's going on 1 off as a 3 as well. So look, do you know what? So is it 3rd place? I think they went out just after Redline. They done well. They held out firm. Art moving his way back, trying to stop the rat, but I think he's not picked up, as the rat has already happened. And before I can go there, it's a winner chicken dinner. Looks like it's question marks though. First of the evening and the first of the 3 days as well. 11 kills, 21 points on the board. You can't argue with it. Question mark needed to start things off strong. They did it. They got the chicken dinner. More importantly, I think the question is now, can they continue to do this? As I said, they are chasing down Vorpal Sword and NAVI, but a chicken dinner and some good kills. It's already put a chunk in there. 5 games remain. Does question mark have enough fuel in the tank to continue that momentum over the course of the games?
Look, like I said, the gas is on the table. I want to say it's down to about $2.99, so it's affordable right now. So if you're able to get it in, throw it in a few gas tanks, and leave it in to kind of get that momentum, hey man, you're going to stop. You might have to refuel a little bit, but I definitely think it's possible. QM starting the day off great, again, with Vorpal Swords having that kind of opportunity to kind of sponge up some kills right there. That was a great job, both by Twist and QM, to kind of keep things really, really evenly faced there.
A strong game. I think Vorpal Sword, I think you mentioned earlier, it was theirs to lose, and I felt like they left it a little bit earlier. I like BWD's big brain move, sitting on the bridge like that. I've never seen that personally myself. I've never come across it myself, as I've been subject to that. I did think it picked apart Acend, as you saw Killikai have to go back across just to figure out exactly where the hell the shots were coming from. Did eventually go to it, but it was too little too late at that point, as it was a bit of a pint. The zone did a lot of teams dirty, though. That big shift over, you called it, you jinxed it. Did play. Some teams took the caution. They went round towards that east bridge. They chunked the blue early. Some took the E pickups as well. For Esports, went for that E pickup early. They survived that for quite some time. It was question mark, though, that swept in very, very late at the end, and they just controlled that west side, controlled the north, and there was an instant pounce on to close out the end game. It's what you want to see. I know there's a lot of question mark fans in chat. For now, let's take a very quick break, though. When we come back, we've got our last Erangel game note for this event, and we'll see you guys in about a few.
If they could, they probably should. Oh yeah. I left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. Left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. Ain't coming back. If they could, they probably should. Oh yeah. I left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would.
I was caught up in a situation, could have gone real bad. I just took a long vacation, no doubt left none of them mad. I left the hood, I said I would, so I'ma get mine and I won't feel bad. If they could, they probably should, but most man end up in a team and bad. I was caught up in a situation, could have gone real bad. I just took a long vacation, no doubt left none of them mad. I left the hood, I said I would, so I'ma get mine and I won't feel bad. If they could, they probably should, but most man end up in a team and bad.
Left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. I ain't coming back. If they could, they probably should. Oh yeah. I left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. Left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. I ain't coming back. If they could, they probably should. Oh yeah. I left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would.
I was caught up in a situation, could have gone real bad. I just took a long vacation, no doubt left none of them mad. I left the hood, I said I would, so I'ma get mine and I won't feel bad. If they could, they probably should, but most man end up in a team and bad.
I was caught up
up in a situation, could've gone real bad. I dipped, took a long vacation, no doubt left man of them mad. Gone, I left the hood, I said I would, so I'ma get mine and I won't feel bad. Nah, if they could, they probably should, but most man end up in a two-man pack. Left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. Ain't coming back, if they could, they probably should. Oh yeah. I left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. Left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. Ain't coming back, if they could, they probably should. Oh yeah. I left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would.
And I've had better nights of sleep. In the dark, you're my only friend, the only one to truly depend on. And I finally feel free. I feel like I pick you up when you are down.
All right, everybody, and we are back here for the second match of the day over the top of Erangel one more time. And again, after a great way to start off the day with an interesting zone, we have yet another flight path that's crossing from the west to the east here, right above the military zone. So definitely potential for another shift down south. We've seen huge opportunity for Vorpal Swords. We've seen Twisted, kind of match that energy, and Question Mark come up huge to tie the game there with NAVI at 110 total points right there. So a big game for Question Mark to start off the day. And players, again, looking to kind of do that. You can see Acend and Fellows both kind of taking the opportunity. They say, we got a military base once. CC's cast, and he doesn't like us today. So we're going to switch this down, and we're gonna alt drop down to Millie base.
The one I was worried about was going to be Acend and NAVI. Looks like NAVI opting not to go that way. It is a very shallow flight path, right? With a southwest up to sort of a southeast, it goes through the river, cresting over the heart. I think if you're a player, you're looking at this going, look, we've got a decent opportunity, maybe even a 60-40 that it's going to hit Millie, maybe a little bit more. It does have capabilities. It could go up, and obviously if it does go up, it's going to be quite late, as in that multi-power, or early, I believe, on that quarry. And there it goes, does go early. So it goes up early towards us northwest. Arguably for me, that's a lot worse than a military island, because a lot of teams would have estimated the jump to Millie. And now I wouldn't be surprised for teams to get cars and maybe rotate over as quick as they can.
Yeah, now this is going to be a little bit more of a scramble. You had kind of the alt drops, you can tell from a few of these teams, and now it's kind of like, where are teams going to be? How safe is the actual rotation to kind of take, through the middle of the Erangel? So it's a gamble now, and which look to be, kind of what we're going to understand. Okay, it's going middle. We understand the dangers this time because CC, but nope, it goes right up there, and now it's just going to be a more or less, like I said, who takes the rotations early, and again, timing is going to be a huge factor of this match. Yep,
timing is going to be a factor, and a lot of teams are going to get squished down in that southeast corner if they're not careful, and their timing is not correct. For now, we'll just keep an eye on it as things go down. Bench Heroes and SSG. I was just watching it. I didn't know if SSG were going to go for a run over. They do make it to Mansion. It's Cowboy is pretty close. Page retracting his way back to that compound, just on the outside of prison. How? A little bit further over from them. Faze normal drop zone. NAVI normal drop zone as well. Ascend not bad. Vorpal Swords. Fellas all dangerous. What time do you come over? Does Faze maybe try and hit off and stop that sort of east bridge? Does everyone push over to the west? Does Fellas hold that out? Obviously, it's worth noting that leaderboard on the left-hand side obviously is now updated. You can see Vorpal Sword has leapfrogged ahead of NAVI. There's 5 points in it, but they're still hounding down our Twisted Mind team there. Question Mark, though, they are still chasing. The placement points, though, go in the favour, I believe, of NAVI. Let me just double-check that on my stats. Is it right? No, apologies. Question Mark is above NAVI, so I'll get that corrected. I'll tell you what, I'll do it right now. So they actually do dump themselves above, which is actually better for our Question Mark. So again, a game well played, and as a result, it looked good.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, again, to play it as, I don't want to say passive, it's strategic as they did last match, but also was beautiful. And like I said, a couple of teams, like I said, took some gambles. A couple of teams, took the E parachute, but there was a lot of teams who just full sent in, picked up some kills, grabbed some information, and were able to, make that pay off in the late game. And Question Mark, just one of those teams, after the information came through, was really able to, just not only win the fights, they're off of the bridge, but eventually take control of that end zone, eliminating the biggest competitor FUT, to put themselves in that great position there. So now we do see teams starting to rotate early on here, still trying to make their way in. We do see Redline coming in. They're going to take the northern safe rotation pod coming in, and they're going to drive right past Smooth T, who's kind of doing this 2-2 split north and south right now, and the rest of FUT is pretty much encased the other two members of T here, but looks like a little bit of a scout coming out from pod, trying to grab the compound down here, and if T's not careful,
push him.
Art may lose his life here, but I think he's scouted out. Here's the vehicles coming in, and he wants nothing to do with all 4 POD members. Full send out. Smooth T with the smooth escape here.
I love it. It was a single shots. Both sides of that party was really strong. Sides of the shot, individual, single, pop. It was like, that compound is the one we want, and guess what? There's only one player in there. Pod don't opt. They go for a 2-2 split. So taking the compound they want, they actually push themselves over a little bit more towards the west. There's a lot of water in though. Well, factor. The zone's going to shift back. Now, I had one of these the other week, and it landed in the west corner, up on that little pinnacle outside edge. So let's not take too much away that it could keep retracting up to the north, especially northwest. I think most teams would be expecting it to play back, so I wouldn't be surprised to see more 2-2 splits, should we say.
Yeah, no, not in a zone like this for sure. This is definitely one of the more, okay, we need information over security and position. Because, again, like I said, just information in the late game here is going to really pay off. And there's Howl sending their way down. Shots coming in from AT. Looking to at least find one out of the sky, but they will safely make it down to 2 separate compounds here. Now securing themselves a position here on the western coast. So 2 really strong compounds taken by Howl in that 2-2 split. Not only can they support each other from the compounds, they basically made it, you know, a nice, if it goes north, if it goes south, they can basically do a nice little backfill here. So big rotation there from Howl as we tune back in. We got Vorpal Swords and Acend still tucked between each other on the Millie base, and it's Chris, who I'm kind of worried about there, was kind of stuck between 3 players. But it looks like Killikai has got a little bit more to worry about with Big Brain just peppering those shots. PWD coming in huge again for his squad. If he's able to get this knock, going to be game over here for Acend. As they've lost Chris down in that 3-1 split. It's Killikai just kind of living on borrowed time right now, hoping that he's going to be able to find himself a way out.
Love it. Even though they've got danger close, they still provide their boy cover. The guy kept alive. PWD had to back away slightly. Now they've come off those shots in a matter of time. Cover does go down. Petsko is in another position. But look at this. Killikai able to produce 2 shots back. And Petsko is pushing forward. And when he pushes forward, he looks good. Killikai's final player for them. He's down to a 1. But they know where the final player is, and Acend unfortunately got caught by the bridge. They got zoned. That's what happens when you have 3 teams land in the same location. You're always going to clash heads.
One way or another, whether it's on the east or the west hand bridge, one of the teams ends up coming into contact with another. And unfortunately, this time it is Acend. Acend to go down in first for our first team elimination there. So leaving Vorpal Swords another 4 kills strong on the board and putting them in the direction that they need to keep moving. So nicely done there by Vorpal Swords. Again, keeping that consistent flow going, finding some early momentum, but just the opposite of the leaderboard there for Acend. Again, just both teams really putting in the work, but just the overall position coming out. Once you collapsed Chris, position started to go there to Vorpal Swords. Now we're in the fight here with Faze Clan, trying to hold it out in the hospital against one of the solo members for Strong T here. It's Sai.
I'm trying to figure out exactly where they are. They're not playing peekaboo just yet. The smoke's on the corridor to cause some confusion. Faze taking their time. James is down, so they have lost 1. But again, they're kind of just chipping away. It's a 3-on-3. I don't think all 3 of them are here either. There's 2. No, it's not. So call me God. It's kind of a 3-on-2 now. But hospital is a dangerous place. There's lots of cubby holes. There's lots of little tables and chairs and medical equipment you can hide behind. So I suppose if Strong can get the first knock on, they might stand a chance. But normally when you've got someone like Fex storming ahead, there goes the shotgun. Can't see him. Oh no, Fex gets caught on the back. Good approach, correctly to a corner. Gustav though goes RPG as well. Z goes Panzer. Wait for the peekaboo. Oh, knew the nade was coming. What a play from him. Store.
That's a big pre-fire.
Yeah, massive pre-fire. Store 2 versus 1 here. So I'm moving back. Actually, correct me. It's going to be a 2 versus 2. Call me God. Reinforcements. Tuck his way back in. Flash is coming on the inside. He hasn't quite see. He does try to jump back in. Gustav, though, does have the Panzer. So if you see the peekaboo, and that's what's going to happen. Looks like Gustav lands. Gustav is quite far away, if I'm honest with you. Free fire comes down. Corrects. He's got a power push that one. He does. Able to pick it up, though. Strong T go down. Very far for Gustav to go down with his RPG. Oh, his Panzer, shall I say. That was quite surprising. I actually thought he got shot in the back.
Yes, no, it had to just be from the blowback or the wall right there. But yeah, it definitely didn't look like he should have been knocked from it. Just, again, one of those PUBG things that happens. But still able to capitalize with the Panzerfaust, kind of making the change to, again, a hospital fight like that, where we could see trades come through a little bit more consistent. As there's Redline still trying to scab a few kills away from Faze here, making that res that much more difficult, as Luca does get the blue zone down. But I think Gustav has stopped in time and should be able to secure this res. As yeah, it looks like Faze back to 3 foot. Kind of rotating on the outskirts right there. Redline back in the vehicles as well. And it looks like now teams starting to find that rotation through the mix here. Everybody. Mark. So I messed up game 1. Okay, you guys can't blame. I got nothing to do with game 2 here. Okay.
Oh, this is a horrible zone. Foot move first. Honey Badger arguably moves better. He knows he's putting himself potentially into late game scenario. Rothfull sending it. Now he needs to get out of the car and try and survive. SSG swum their way around here last time, so looks like they didn't want to opt to swim. Sort of finds himself in the position he was the other week. It's going to be real hell on earth now, guys. A lot of teams have to rotate around. They're going to try and defend anything they can. Let's try and catch up with some of these rotates. Question marks working their way down as GG will take up pod, quick kill and confirm on the board for them. Everyone's sort of hunkering their way in towards the other side, but let's go tune in with the crash. Pod down for 2, taking a push now as Beamy jumps a nade over the top. That nade's better. That should get a knock. It does get a knock down to the final player. Now Pin has to move back. M249 in a cubby hole is dangerous, but we've got more teams working their way in. Question mark Howls, the handbrake. Honey Badger disengages and runs back. So he's okay. Pin's back on his Todd, and Fairy Tale, they're going to fly from above.
Fairy Tale not looking good right now. I mean, it's a great rotation, but so many teams have already secured themselves a position. This is going to be dangerous for Fairy Tale. And, you know, it is a dream for them to get inside the zone at this point. I mean, where do you land?
I would have gone back that way. They've actually gone really far back this way. They're rotating back. They're actually going to be in really open terrain when they land up, and arguably a very difficult bit of terrain. How goes one? Fairy Tale panzers his way down, but unfortunately picks up himself. What did he accidentally hit the trigger? Oh, Howl line 1. Oh, the rest of them moving their way in. Code is on the bike. Units on the bike as well. This is a stealthy push here from Howl. Pedal to the metal. They arrive.
Let's go. Oh, third-party shots coming in. They're going to stop that push. Another bike in play from Code Marco here. 2 bikes pedaled to the metal, and unfortunately the third-party shots coming in and the window peak going to deny that.
What a molly. What a molly. What happened, I still discombobulated, I'm not going to lie. But we're trying to stay on with as much action as we can. There's no need to go look back at the leaderboard. I promise you it's updated, and question mark is higher than Navi. But for now, everyone's sending their way in towards South George. I keep flicking to the map because I'm just eager to see if there's any more bushes coming in. We've still got Navi, anchor play. Vorpal Sword arrive now. Everyone else is in
zone. I can't get over it, Mark. I'm steady looking at it like it's going there. It's going to that freaking corner.
It is, mate. Well, it bounces back to that compound. You know what Honey Badger was first? It's going to go there. So interestingly, Honey Badger gave it up. Question mark has taken it away. Bench Heroes should logically push their way towards sort of SSG's location. Fellas fighting their way. As much as I love this as a drop spot on like ranked and pubs, but on a comp, difficult style here.
Very difficult style of play right now. Like I said, these guys are just hanging around to say Spacestation Gaming's name here, but saying, honestly, what else can you do? You got a couple of third-party shots going on. You got angles, you know, from all over. And right now, like I said, this circle is getting tighter and tighter and tighter. And we have lost 4 teams already, but as it still keeps so much water in, like that is a 60-30 water, and we're in phase 4 right now. Like, what are we looking at?
The fact
here?
I can put the overlay out and we still don't even touch the water is insane.
That's wild. Like PUBG, this is and we got 2 great starts on Erangel. You want to talk about changing the game? Erangel's been in for so long. We all know what to play. These are 2 zones that you might know how to play, but no matter how many times you play them, you're going to end up with different results each time.
Yeah. It's going to be a complete side hit for most teams here. He tucks himself in. Unfortunately, we're going to see Bench Heroes now take a freebie. Smoke does come out. Extends. Oh my god, what's the mice? Keep him alive. In fact, it does get the confirmed. Kobe will come over. Doesn't come as close as I think they want to, but at least the Bench Heroes now know. I suppose they've got a team pushing their way. Like everyone else, there is nowhere to play. We've got 12 teams, 38 strong warriors working their way now into a phase number 3. Vorpal Swords taking the SSG route we saw last time and actually got away with it. They actually swam all the way around this last time. So Vorpal Sword, if undetected, will be all right, but it's going to be very reliant on these teams fighting each other. So Navy still approach for them. Rest of the teams will hunker their way down. Worth mentioning, Navi's in a really good spot here. I do like where they're playing here. Faze, they're down to a 2. Gustav needs to move quickly if he wants to get to Fex, and if he does get there and his own shifts a little bit further away, expected potentially. It's going to be very difficult, but I kind of like GG and Navi. You would think these guys have been coached by the same person.
Yeah, kind of the similar play style right here. And both players kind of bobbing and weaving, taking a few peeks at one another here. But yeah, some solid zones here, and they're kind of taking the farthest place away from the water right there, realizing, again, it's eventually going to have to come back here, so chasing the zone on this end isn't the worst idea. So have to see how it does play. But you know what, if I'm taking any ideas, I'm grabbing a boat, I'm going to the middle of that water, and I'm just going to have all four of us sit behind, and we're talking about third place, okay?
Yeah, mate, if you get away with it. E90 in the middle. Navy SEALs Vorpal Sword have arrived. Very, really careful about coming out here and making a sound cue. So maybe he's playing sneaky. Lausch has come down. I wonder if Lausch is looking for it. He's going to see a head appear in a second. Not before Foot shoots back. So, no, they definitely know. They've heard him. They've heard the sound splashes. Extend is ready to go. Let's tab him up. Let's keep an eye on that map just at the moment, though. Looks like the fellas have moved over as well. So bench heroes are focusing their way back. It's going to be very dangerous now. Extends looking to try and get the flash over the top. Flash goes. Now going to make the play. Doesn't quite see the players, but gives away that he knows. Blue zone nade to follow. Actually about to go into the water. Arguably gets stopped. Extends coming over the top. Now nade goes into the water. That's a depth charge and a half. Extends looking for another one. He does connect with another one. Vorpal Swords, Navy SEALs attempts go down, and a two-man hold looks strong, but here comes the fellas.
Laotian extends. Beautiful job to hold off Vorpal Swords. A perfectly placed blue zone grenade. Going to make that rotation and that move forward that much more difficult. The res is coming through on Habako, but it looks like fellas, yeah, definitely just laying in the util. That one's perfect to find Extends right there. Laotian now having to say, you know what, I'm just going to play for points. Fellas are coming in, and we've got some knocks. I'll take what I can get, but I think I'm going to have to forfeit the fight right now and think about the late game right here. There still is 35 players left up, so plenty of opportunity for placement for these guys in the late game as he's methodically making his way through the rocks here, finding himself a place of exit as he is going to kind of make his way away. Fellas enter the fight right now as Vorpal Swords has gotten one back up. Great Dimitri gets another knock right now. Over the top, finds the final player with a nice little spray. Leosh able to find some revenge, gets the knock, and now it's a Michael versus Leosh fight here in a 1v1. Leosh over the top, finds the next player, and that is now BH to take down both Vorpal Swords and Fellas in a nicely timed fight. Two players to take down both the squads right there. Nicely done, nicely timed, and it was all about how they played that as a two-man right there. Beautiful job from the Ocean Extends.
Yeah, it's a good move. Looks like with GG lost 2 on that rotate over. SSG up to Extend, and look at that instant backfill there from Twisted Minds. They see SSG go, and they're like, we've got to take the opportunity now to cross. We can't allow SSG to get settled. Nice play for them. Cast store going to be optional for them later on this side. 4 remain. SSG should be able to get that res, but Cowboy needs to jump up and over. He can't be staying there for much longer. Redline, they've been here for their first arrive. Honey Badger first on the scene. Good rotate from him and a quick rotate. Phase number 4. It's looking strong. That warning zone. I feel like that's going to be utterly spammed in chat. And Navi now looking for something. Let's see if they can take apart the Howl team. Howl going for some dangerous shots though, but they pick up one. Ferrist is down. He's down in a safe-ish location. We're not looking to try and get some angles as well. Hakatori pretty far away. He's on the rock out onto the beach. Kind of write him off this fight. Just at the moment, the danger can store. Danger close. Looks like the flames of Navi for Diffix. He's going to have to try and put a med on. Looks like Hakatori's store far too away. Runot will get the nade on him, so he's been defected out. And Navi go down to 2 versus 2. How the pack is holding firm.
Man, they've been fighting tooth and nail. I've never seen 1 HP so plausible here, but I mean, down to 1 HP several times. Hakatori there in the back, just doing what he can, but Diffix fighting a tough fight right now against Howl to the top. They have the power of position. Here comes the full send from Sos. They've got a 2v2 now as this group's up. 1 player for Navi is confirmed as Hakatori's still bleeding out. All they have to do is confirm the fight and then get this move forward here. After the zone has just shifted there, the fight really not worth much more than the points right here. As a huge nade from Cupo. That's now going to knock Diff. It's all left to Sos with a beautiful spray. Peeks to find one. There's all left up to Wern here, and I don't know if he's going to be able to reconcile the res here, so it looks like he's going to have to slow down the fight, get this 1v1, and also still avoid the third-party shots coming in from the back of foot.
Look where he is, though. He knows he's got to go down those stairs to push and get that confirmed. He arguably I was picking up one. Now comes, oh, he connects him. He's going to go. What a molly. Ensured destruction. So said it's like, I've got to run to the water, but not this time. NAVI annihilate Howl annihilate NAVI. 7 teams now remain. Hopefully, do you know what? I'll take the tap out at that point. This zone is horrible.
I mean, hey, you were able to find something out of basically nothing here with, you know, all the apartments, all the retail bought nice and early right now. I mean, it's a matter of, hey, noisy neighbors here, we got to eventually take care of them, and slowly but surely the zone is finally getting away from that water and pulling it back into the compounds here, pulling it back into that center position where Question Mark seems to have taken the most control and seems to have solidified themselves another late game position here. So QM, hats off to you guys again, second time around. Twisted Minds, though, is still inside the fight here, and that's going to really keep the case interesting for our top 3 teams who NAVI just fought themselves in. We just watched Vorpal Swords, you know, again, at least put some points on the board, but this is Twisted Minds still their chance to kind of give themselves a little bit of breathing room here in the middle of the day.
Got breathing room. Got breathing room? Is that a thing? We allowed to have
what is
breathing
that?
room here?
Hello? Take a couple breaths, you know? Like.
This is no way breathing room, unfortunately. A little break, a little teaser, should we say.
There you go.
The zone
little water break
needs to work its way back in. We've got to lose the water. It's going to shift back. Laos is still happy here. Nice move from SSG. They would learn from the last time we saw this round. They were stuck out a little bit more from that west towards where Laos is now. Laos, though, finds himself in their position. He's going to now work their way in. This is horrible. Utterly horrible, people. All I'm going to say is big rips in chat because 7 teams. It's going to be an explosive ending. Arguably, even maybe Twisted Minds might remain in if the zone shifts back their way.
I mean, at this point, like I said, it's a matter of placement and timing. Laos is doing exactly what he needs to do. Is just stay undetected.
Like
keep your head down. Yep.
The thing is, he can swim his way around. He's good. He can even swim his way around. He could have got a drop earlier. But I like Foot. I've actually checked out behind him. Let's zoom out and have a look at the craziness that's about to unfold. Expect that zone shift maybe to come down. It does. Foot store in. Again, that's it. Look, Twisted Minds arguably are still in zone here. They might want to shift their cars over. Laos could swim his way around to the bowl at the very bottom of the screen now. No movement. Round 6 to round 7. Are we going to lose everyone? Maybe not. Well, actually, saying that though, looks like Twisted Minds opt to go really wide here. And I don't even know if they know they've got a Navy SEAL out in the water.
And he's done some things before. We can't count him out yet. It's going to be a difficult climb for him to make it up. But with the smokes going and the shots coming through, the sound may present itself with an opportunity for Laos to go. But I do see him kind of just waiting it out, eventually wrapping the swim around here. As if he was going to go for it, he would have probably done it on that knock right there. But Twist now back to 4 with the res coming through on the Perfectix. They have left Batulins, I want to say, to kind of anchor themselves in. But they've got sent 3 to the coast right now. And unfortunately, Fut just having all the angles, and so does Question Mark. It's a very difficult position for them to play for right now. And Laos just continuing to creep up.
He can't move, though, because he can't move. If he moves, he'll give a sound cue away. The guys are running away from him. Now he's going to shimmy his way forward. If he falls, sound cue, execution. Twisted Minds will annihilate. If he gets a perfect lineup, completely dangerous. Ooh,
he cannot drop in the water, though.
Gonna shoot now. He does shoot. He comes alive. Blue zone nade. That's going to cause some damage. He'll hunker his way down. There's nowhere, for example, to go. Double blue zone nade. He comes forward, but Laos is already there watching and waiting. He goes in. He goes out. There's a secondary down. Twisted Minds down to 1. I said this before. People will play aggressive. It looks like that's the case. Batulins, he is down. Looks like Crazy Lou is the final person. He's into the zone. He's into the area. No other team really needs to move. And one-man seal looking pretty good at the moment.
Right or wrong, I don't know if this was the right move for Twist. I mean, yes, it was, but not knowing that Laos is here was absolutely detrimental to the squad right now. And he's coming in. He's going to grab some Yuto, going for the final player, spotting an opportunity right here. And Laos just, you know, between him and Extends, guys have just done so much damage to all the teams considering this similar rotation right now. And now in the 1v1, may end up inside the top 6 teams with another team elimination to come through as Batulins will go down there. That's another one on the point for GG's there. And
got 17 first aids. He's going to try and medic. He ain't going to be able to do that.
17 first aids. He's got enough to do so if he just continues to spam that first aid, but Lou is not going to let go of that angle.
No, he's not. I think, do you know what as well? Don't give a point to Twisted, man. You've got to think bigger game here. Maybe Bench Heroes thinking they're not as close enough that they can get away with it. He's just going to med this one out. Crazy Lou, he's going to be watching the water. I think he'd be worried that he might have gone up again. But for now, he's out. Crazy Lou needs to wait for him to go down. And at some point, he's going to go, could he be above me? I've got to think about it. I just feel like Crazy Lou doesn't need to hold for much longer. I think he knows he's going to maybe take 6th or 7th. As Spyro knows, Twisted Minds will taking shots over. It's going to be a case. Now he goes over to the blue. It's not going to be close enough here. This is where he's like looking above. So this is now Crazy Lou going, he might be above me now.
Playing a huge mental game right now, Leosh, even though he's not causing any type of damage. Just keeping the mentality in there. He's got now 11 first aids remaining here. So still that's another at least minute of survival right here that he's going to be able to encase and just keep Crazy Lou on the head spin, on the twist. Like, what is going on here?
He basically has to hold out by the time the blue zone gets to him here. Those meds are burning really, really quickly. Can't imagine any other team making the move as big as Crazy Lou after this, but it's possible. Maybe the fight will kick off as it should start. The zone is now starting to push in GG and our Redline team. Zuba is there. Nate goes out. It does catch him, but it goes back towards him. On that one, Flash comes in. He goes out though. Flashes in, flashes out. Nade will be dropped, and Uber says goodbye towards Honey Badger. Now he's waiting. He's watching. GG. 5 kills on the boards. Melman got a different angle, got a different approach in here. SSG, they are making the play in as well. They go aggressive. Crazy Lou might be able to come up from behind. He does come up from behind. He goes down. And Leosh is still there. He's still able to get another placement point. That should be the end of it. He sees Crazy Lou down. He makes a play here. He's going to take the dip as he will go down in 6th place. SSG, it looks like it's going to be more of the E pickups here. GG, Lou's Uber, and Melman is the final player now for them. Mark, got to try and get going. He's going to be late now on the rotate. The smoke wall is going to descending, and I think there's a huge gap for him to move across. He goes for it though. There's question minds. Oh, the smoke's going. He's going to be just exposed. Thank you very much. Top 4. It's a 3 versus 3 v3 v2, but 2 of them at DB no.
And it looks like Bestilich continuing the reign of terror from earlier. He's going to clutch up that. Secure that last kill, or at least the last knock for the time being right now, as we do have still 2 members up. A huge nade from Spyro to take down SSG, who was just trying to slowly but surely find their way to Question Mark's compound. Did not want to aggressively do it. We're kind of waiting for a little bit of help from the third parties, and now it's down to the top 3 teams with that elimination, bringing us to FUT, Redline, and Question Mark. And for right now, it looks like FUT's starting to control the zone right now. If QM doesn't put the attention back to FUT right now, may end up giving this game to FUT just surely off position right now, as Redline really keeping their attention here to the corner. This is allowing FUT to kind of make their moves and position themselves where they need to. Huge nade, unfortunately just shy of getting the flush or the knock.
It's very difficult. I don't know how much more util Question Mark want to try and spend this way. Spyro has wrapped himself over. Very dangerous if he hasn't got the smokes to get back. FUT got the numbers. Redline are looking to go back here, but back to a 2. Spyro came close. He breathed a little bit of fire. But didn't quite get the knock. It's going to be ensured destruction now for Redline. The smoke's out. They are spent. They look like they have to try and go back. So it's going to be either a point towards FUT, maybe a point to Question Mark.
A little bit surely, it looks like the days are starting to get numbered here. If they can find a knock, that's going to be huge for FUT. He's able to tattoo. Yep, denied to the zone right there. RL will deny points. Now it's the 4v3. HC already across the street here towards the 3 members, holding the top garrison of what looks to be the 2 stacks here. And it looks like zone's in the middle. It's going to go to the middle of that street right there. So neither have really the opportunity to kind of sit inside the compounds. Eventually, they're going to have to hop out. They've got some walls to play with. But it looks like right now, QM with the up, kind of, they've got the, the hill position, so they can kind of look down onto FUT's position. But you've got the wall that will probably still be in play along with the car that's on FUT's side. That's going to provide a little bit more coverage to say the least, here in the form of FUT right now. So it's coming down to placement. Do they know HC's here? He can easily catch this team off guard. And if that happens right there, that's going to be a really, really difficult fight for QM. All they have to do is pop up as soon as that question of, oh my God, HC's right there. Where do we look, left or forward? It's going to make question mark again with that question mark right above their head.
Well, look, let's go back to game number 1. We said after it, question mark, did they have the fuel in the tank to be able to do it? The gas prices seem to be right for them. They are back in the top 2, so even if they don't get across the street, they are down to numbers, and Inksy is laying in a very dangerous position. I think they've done enough for game number 2 so far. It's definitely looking like a QM. Nice smokes. They're looking now to try and block the visual. The question is, they have seen the rock. Do they sleep on the rock? That's the big question. Footy Sports go one way. They're trying to draw the eye lines across for here, question mark. They need to be cautious. More smokes go out. More opportunities to try and get across the road. They've got to play on their tippy toes now. That's the danger house.
Rock's out.
Is he out now?
Oh, not yet. Just about.
Moving forwards. If QM pick up this quickly, they could go down.
There it is.
If NT gets that one, danger play. Nice money goes into the middle. Best moves his way back. He's been picked up, though. Shots happen to him, so he's going to be looking back now. He's taking some blue damage. NT up into the top now as we will go around. QM deny. It's a winner, chicken dinner. QM, as I said, arguably done really well. Very, very tactical games so far. We've already seen people tab out, people die into the blue, giving up their position, and arguably some people find really aggressively for some positions as well. So winner chicken dinner doesn't go this time to question mark, does go to FUT Esports, and as I said in game 1, teams sleep on him. There's no sleeping on this team this time. Good kills. Everyone put some points in the boards, and let's take it back, though. They rotated quite early there. Honey Badger was the first to arrive into that sort of pinnacle area, and then straight after that, FUT Esports arrived, then followed by question mark. All 3 of those teams, give or take, are up in that top spot in a top 4 position.
And man, like I said, with this being just a very difficult circle, any points you're able to find, any rotations, anything that you're able to gain out of this game, definitely worth something. Like I said, teams like QM, who again we had that question mark up for, like I said, again, we're able to maintain position. Twisted found themselves in. I mean, Vorpal Swords, again, how do you defend against Laotian extends in that position? I mean, the perfectly timed blue zone nades. I mean, that was a tough fight, perfect position, and just hats off to a 2-man, still not giving up, backs against the wall, blue zone chasing them in, and they still are able to make something out of nothing all the way into 5th place right there. So I mean, hats off. You can't count any of these teams out, even as a 2-man. We've talked FUT as a 2-man. Now you're seeing BH as the 2-man, and this is just the caliber of the lobby of PUBG 2024.
SSG still surviving. They were 2 for quite some time. Massive push though, that 2-man from Howl, holding out NAVI, holding out Fairy Tale coming down as well. Numbers are strong in the favours of the duos as they're picking points on the boards, even as a 2. I did like that game. That's a wrangle done. When we come back, it is going to be our Vikendi. And we know for the last 2 and last week, Vikendi was a big hitter when it came down to points. Doesn't mean the team with the chicken dinner gets all the points. A lot of teams hoovered the kills and steal. Game number 3 coming up, but that was a winner chicken dinner. Big shout, and we'll see you guys in a few.
I left the hood, I said I would, so I'ma get mine and I won't feel bad. Nah, if they could, they probably should, but most wanna end up in a 2-man pad. Left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. Ain't coming back, if they could, they probably should. Oh yeah. I left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. Left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. Ain't coming back, if they could, they probably should. Oh yeah. I left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would.
And I've had better nights of sleep. In the dark, you're my only friend. The only one to truly depend on. And I finally feel free.
time. Vikendi time. Love it. Game number 3. Our final Vikendi, though, for this event. It's a north down to a south. Does push, though, CC over on that east-hand side, should we say. But the leaderboard is updated. Question mark has hinted their way, not just past Vorpal Swords, but NAVI and are now chasing down Twisted Minds. So let's wait and see how the rest of it unfolds. Esports doing well. They've now in the hundreds as well. Bit of a gap between them and Gaimin Gladiators on 79. So it's top 5 that pay out. So Esports want to maybe continue to extend that lead. Gaimin Gladiators better results. Redline having a better last day. So again, Redline continue. I think they might be able to close the gap down, but Foot just need to keep going. I'm not going to miss this one this time because Gaimin Gladiators and Redline, we just spoke about them, love to hot drop on Castle. So, hey, let's go.
Let's give them a round here. Here they are down and out. You know, again, who do we have, chat? Who do we have, Redline? Or do we have GGs here? About to say both teams looking like they've got a chance to drop evenly on the sides here. So the 4v4, everybody's going to start grabbing their loot collectively and then take those angles right out the window. You know, you want to be the first one to get the knock, to put the pressure on the other team, and that sometimes decides the fate of the fight right now. And it's a matter of keeping your head down and also keeping your angles in check right now. So lots of quick grabbing, lots of loot. You're going to see a lot of guns that you normally wouldn't fight with in the hot drop, which again makes things that much more entertaining.
Entertaining. It is. It's maybe as entertaining as we saw that Molly from Howl. That was outstanding. The way he just span up on him as well was insane. Howl, good defense. See what they can do for this one. I don't think they're going to have a hot drop this time. They're not. That DA compound. DA obviously folded their team. Is this a bug? Mark, is this a bug? No, I've seen it. We will see the water shift away by the time you get here. But yeah, it's a bit later.
I mean, yeah, this is just what it is, man. Like I said, do we see maybe an ice finish here now on Vikendi? I mean, what
well, I've seen it. I've seen that. Is it? Yeah, I've seen it, mate. Yeah.
So, I mean, hey, let's keep things interesting here. This is, you know, the final day in the teams. You know, I like it as a caster. I'm sure as a player, you know, you like to get a little more common of a zone, but this is interesting, right? This is some games. So, you know, if you're at the top, you know, you're having a great time. But I mean, Vorpal Swords finding points, QM finding points. It's not like the teams that are at the top are, you know, just all of a sudden flipped on its head because of the way that the zone plays. We're still seeing, you know, some consistency, and we're still seeing these teams rack the points up, you know, where they count. And it's still a battle. This time around, though, it's just now it's all about the warning zones here on the MarkPowerCasts.
It is, mate. Zone, top of that, has got towards that top side. Surprising this hasn't kicked off. It ended really quickly yesterday. Honeybuds taking some shots. Ola getting caught. Looks like Redline trying to hunker their way down to a bit of a front line. Ante goes into the middle. That blue zone nade from Honey Badger bounces not through the window. It goes out the other side. Levante coming back after not being able to capture. So both these teams might be just trying to tighten up their fortifications here now in Castle. Love Luca Rux though, he's playing up on the roof. Wrong with that. He's going to be causing or the opportunity to gain a lot of information. Hopefully he doesn't get damage for any teams rotating behind him. But it's good to see he is sort of checking it off. But look at this, he's got no lid, mate. So you can't play peekaboo for too long. He's got an M4. Does he stay up there and get information, or does he risk getting peeked and getting knocked up here?
That is one of my favorite M4 skins right here. I don't know what it is. This thing.
I haven't got it yet. I'm gutted. Utterly gutted.
No, I had the opportunity to get it, and they had like this chroma sale that was going on, and man, it's beautiful. I mean, that thing is just gorgeous from start to finish right there. And what a player to have it right now. Luca and the rest of Redline, unfortunately, we won't see the hot drop, but they are going to opt to forfeit off the fight right here. And again, collectively, respectively, we've got to, you know, appreciate the fact they're not just going to give the game away here. They have a rotation still to make, and there is still 3 games to come after this. I mean, looking up there at the points right there, they are right behind the Gaimin Gladiators. So this is a fight that is going to decide the direction of the rest of the tournament here. And Redline realizing that fact, like I said, is going to, you know, again, put some respect on GG's names and say, you know what, we'll take this fight, not necessarily off the rip. If we see it later on inside the zone, we'll continue that fight. But for right now, it's a matter of land, loot, leave, and then these guys are going to see each other, you know, on the rotation path.
Land, loot, survive. You just changed the PUBG like logo, like the site. Land, loot, leave. Both on 79 points. You're right, mate. If it kicked off, might have continued. It kicked off really quickly yesterday. I couldn't even get there in time. It just went wiped. And I was like, whoa, that was quick. This time they learned their lesson, but they still didn't learn to give up the hop drop. There's a lot to be said about hot dropping early on in the season. And looks like the rotates are going to now start to happen. NAVI find themselves inside the zone. That's the first time they sort of been chasing the zone last time. I wonder if they pushed themselves out. They've been on the waterfront. We had both sort of southeast zones yesterday and the day before. So maybe they pushed themselves up. Maybe try and hold this 2-2 split. Pod worked their way in, question mark. They again got zone every single time. So they're a difference now. They've got to move their way in. Fairy Tale's doing the same. They come on the south side. Ascend will go north. Bench Heroes might be looking for an E pickup as they come out of Dino Land and Twisted Minds on a 3-1 split. They've got a lot of ground to cover. Like Vorpal Swords position, they're a high ground. I really like Strong T's position. They're high ground in the middle. We just have to wait and see.
So I got a question for question marks. Like I said, this is 2 games back to back. They found themselves inside the zone. I'm curious to see where they're going to end up. Again, they haven't been given these rotations. They haven't been given the zone. They've been able to find themselves an entry point into this zone here each and every time. So we'll see how, kind of they make their approach here on that eastern route towards, past Trika and then through that route right there. But it's SSG, also kind of my eyes are on right now. These guys are getting a chance to finally collectively loot and not have to worry about rotation. They're able to get this 2-2 split, grab some information, get some loot, and I think feel the most comfortable they felt throughout tonight's round of games here. So a couple of teams looking great inside the zone, but there is still quite a few teams who will have to rotate in. And this is kind of the Vikendi call right here, is that a lot of the times, you get about half the lobby inside. It's the remainder of the teams should have a safe, secure rotation, but then phase 2 pops and then it starts to flip things on their head.
Yep, I think people are waiting for that phase 2 pop at the moment as they're going for these kind of 2-2 splits, or they're going straight central. They're centralizing themselves up into the heart of zone. Hopefully we don't get a crazy water zone like we did the first time, but for now some teams opt to take the high ground. As I said before, this high ground, not too much difference in it, so it does allow kind of even fighting. You can kind of see that high ground, all the same level. There's no Everest, so all even ground. Lots of trees.
Give me back Everest. Give me back Everest.
I'm in two minds. I sometimes like Vikendi 2.0. I sometimes like the OG Vikendi. I think I'm swaying more to Vikendi 2.0. I think that'd be unpopular for the chat. I think in 20 minutes time I'm going to be absolutely hounded. And if I go offline, it's because the mob have arrived at my studio and no, Vikendi 1.0. But I think there's higher ground. I think there's still some to be had. I wouldn't mind a little bit of higher elevation in some areas. Kind of push teams to strong position. Howl playing against the Bears, Wolves versus Bears, and the Wolves will win, but now Pod
reinforcements
will fight as well. We got a bear kill yesterday. The bear interestingly took a bite out of NAVI, but didn't like the taste. He ran away. If you haven't already, go check it out. It's on YouTube Shorts. He bit him. He ran away. He ran back, kind of licked him, and he sodded off. He was like, "Nah, I don't like the taste of NAVI. I'm not finishing him." So over that was Jedi mind tricks from NAVI. He was like, "You will not eat me. I will be raised." And then it was like, "Okay, I won't eat you. I'll go away."
All right, fine. I'll leave you alone.
Yeah,
all done.
Yeah, I'm good. So Howl takes a bite, not from a bear, but they get taken a bit from our pod team and Faze, so they opt to go further back now, losing the tyre to be able to keep this car straight, and the Wolf Pack will be back in one piece. I do like Code Marcos just seems to be so settled with that unit now. They're just looking strong.
They have definitely gotten themselves nice and secure. I mean, they're looking, like I said, again, the rhythm is kind of there. Yes, you're going to have some slip-ups here and there, but I mean, the cohesiveness definitely seems like they've definitely found the right wavelength.
It's going to be a little bit more quieter. Everyone is just itching to find an opportunity. You mentioned about question mark where they found an opportunity. Our Fairy Tales, hopefully their wings won't get frozen going in between the snowstorm. They find an entry point now on the south as well. There's 3-1 split in front of him. Redline also to that left over towards the west. And, all cars to be driving around the snow. The Aston Martin for me and the McLaren, they're not two of them. They're trying to avoid zone shifts further afield. We go up Cosmodrome is going to be the ending. Let's go.
Cosmo. Let's go.
He's going to put out Cosmo. I reckon it's going Vorpal Swords way.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of unplayables also inside the zone here where it can't finish just outside the Cosmo, and then you have that where you can see Vorpal Swords is kind of spread out right there. There's a lot of places where if the zone does finish, there's going to be crevice and rocks and snow, tree, and everything else in between for you to kind of hold tight in right now. You can see, again, the vast layout of this Vikendi spot right now. And this would be an interesting finish, to say the least there, because, again, you can have quite a few teams that will be close to one another on opposite opposing sides of the hill that will have to be very careful how they peek it out. So curious to see where the teams play. As I say that, there is the strong T squad coming in. Looks like they've got a knock, actually 2 knocks on pod right now. They have lost Art. We're looking for Pin here. The peak comes through. And still nothing come through. Rotations happening all over. Foot and Navi breaking it out over here as Navi's lost some as well. The Bears going to find another player. Acend will lose 1. Unlucky.
What? There must have been in here.
To the left, yes, I think it's to the
No,
left.
it's not. He's on the other side. He's lost him on. It's Chris area. It's Chris. He's scared. He's running. Doesn't want anything to do with the Bears. He's like, hell no. I love that Chris has changed his outfit as well. He's got a Vikendi setup.
Gotta love it. Like they give you 5 costume changes. Okay, you gotta switch it up. You gotta stay fresh here in PUBG 2024.
He's down to the last one. Get there in time. Pod are able to get the reses, but look at this. How are back in the game. They are climbing. Code marker comes behind. The initial shots are going to come from the other side. Potentially Runa back up might take the shots, and they coming in, but that comes back towards Code Marco. I think he's looking for the exposure of someone. Doesn't quite get it. Really needs the other boys to start shooting. At least draw in. It's Chris taking fight with some bears now. It's not what you want to do when you've got SSG on the other side of it. Shots come over the top. Nade will come back here. Dodge, duck, and dive. The team Howl continue to make the pressure. They wanted this. They got turned away by Pod. Code Marco will have to look. Presenti goes for a little commando roll as he shimmies his way back down. Code Marco does get the peekaboo echoes down, but then the hold comes in. Rock's doing bits. No line of sight here for Faze, unfortunately. And Howl down to their final player. Is it a continue to push, or is it a go and leave? Howl not too bad on the leaderboard, but they can't have a bad game.
And this is 2 teams held out here from Howl. Back to back. Almost gets smacked by the lift right there, but 2 teams back to back for POD. POD first to fight off strong T, then to hold off Howl right there. Initially off of 2 knocks down. Somehow able to recover here. Great job from Pod. Now goes another knock. Presenti still down and out as the util may be perfect. Doesn't get enough of the roll down, so won't get the knock, won't get the flush right there, but buys Wern some time. Gonna take this fight with POD, but again, like I said, they started off this fight with 2 knocks, able to now get back to 3 players left up, fighting against 2 separate teams. It looks like Redline may opt to get involved in a fight here in the backfield here, so we're gonna see how finish this out, and then POD will have yet another fight still to happen if they want to make it forward in the fight. But it looks like nope, Wern's gonna opt to avoid the fight, but if he doesn't carefully take his way down, Redline may just find themselves a little snack.
Surprisingly getting lift and go, yeah, I'm out of here, done. Actually might be right. If he lays low for a period of time, Redline might take the fight on with Pod. Both these teams cresting over the zone, going up towards Cosmodrome itself. So it's going that way. Pod does take some more shots, thinking it's a 3-on-1, and Redline divert their attention back. Luca Rux and Nailip, 2v1. It's a player who doesn't miss those shots. Nailip will end. Now Pod knows it's another team. They're going to go take the opportunity to get rolling. Surely you take the opportunity to escape with some RPGs. Maybe cause some damage. Redline, they arrive late, but they arrive clean.
It's like RPGs kind of died out. Like I see RPGs on more maps than I do Vikendi. Now Vikendi was kind of like, okay, we're gonna get an RPG kill. Somebody's picking it up. Now it's like I see it on, you know, more Miramar and Erangel, and Vikendi's kind of just like that lost for the sauce right now. So unfortunately, you know, it's like that's just kind of lost the vibe here. I think it's the best opportunity is for them to take it there. Is hey, here's a free care pack. Let me drop some loot on an already, you know, infested loot cave. Here's more loot on top of loot, and that's going to be a good present after losing 1 to the bear there for Acend.
Yeah, it's Kowo big brain mate play. He called it in, mate. Special pickup. Straight down that. For those that know, Kowo is Ascend's coach maker. Is in chat, mate. Give him a big shout. Give him some love. He will be back soon for Acend. It's good to see their coach is playing. It's good to see T-Bone laying waste the Spyro. Maybe for Esports want to conquer the leaderboard again, like. Oh, right behind him. Vardo. Oh, he's close. Dangerously close. He's not in a resible position either. Did he let him roll by? Did he know he's split between two? Good shots. He needs to get him down. Oh, the pressure's coming from behind. He has to lay down. Shots come back. He goes for the spin. Thinks he's too far away. Does get some shots, but again, he kind of gives away his position, and question marks should survive this one. Ainsley's in the open. He's got to make a run. Doozy gets the med on as well. Phase number 3. Reservoir. Both of them have got a potential peak angle, and that zone's going to cause some damage. It does cause damage, but not quick enough. It's going to continue fighting forward. Nade comes in, does bounce a little bit too far over. Navi go down. Pod receive the damage as well. Send deal with GG. Store is living out. That nade should be the end of it. Oh, he still survives. Zone 3, 2, 1, and 13.
Closes him out there. GG's for question mark, holding tight. Does get the res here on the first, realizing again phase 4 coming in, so the res needs to come through for the shift in order to happen if they want to get back on their feet. So hats off QM. A couple of points on the board, winning, and now we'll have to make their approach into the zone here as we tap in with the Vorpal Swords. Got a crash coming in from BH. First knock good for Krazer. Now looking to find the attention as there is a push down at the bottom of Baco, up on top of the railing here. Gets shot
him down
from the back.
James. That is insane. Now, the thing is, though, the intel, James knows, like, they've got to knock either side. Faze need to work their way, and they could either jump in front of this compound here because the drone is still playable. So has opportunity now. Good peek. Nade back comes out. I don't know if he's actually dropped that nade, you know. He did drop the nade. It's going to go. Doesn't cause the damage. Does able to... Hello, my bad there. James is still providing the profession. Might be looking for this car to go. If that car does explode, Nayback goes up for the res. Lash doesn't go for the exchange in reses. She goes for the nade inside. Faze looking to try and make the move now themselves. Sendo will be holding just on the outside. But don't forget, Sendo in the dip. They're low down.
That was a disgusting grenade through the window to get the re-knock right there. Now from the side, again, James finding another knock onto VS here, just making it impossible for them to focus on the task at hand, which is BH. And James now going to turn some attention to find some damage maybe onto VH here, but down through the window is coming Vorpal Swords to get this res for the second time now. As Util coming in, that's going to knock him. Hello, my bad. With oops, did I put that there?
Yeah, he literally ran on top of it, though. Faze having to draw their attention the other way now. Having to take the fight now. It's Chris under pressure. Nade comes out. Doesn't quite get the knock. It's Chris does disengage. Crexido is the one driving forward here. GG have been turned away multiple times, and as of multiple times, I've been coming back. Other side of this one, Benched Heroes looking to get involved as well. But they are just ensuring Twisted Minds don't even have a little sniff at it. Vorpal Sword done to their final player. Their defense wasn't as strong. Bench Heroes have picked them apart a little bit one at a time. Talk about being picked apart. GG, they're going to take 12th place. It's unfortunate multiple teams getting involved and dealing the damage and Acend, and how really strong they are holding this area really well. Pod's going to try and make a send in as well. They're coming into this dips and crevices. Going to see potentially Faze have to also make the push. This is a new area. I've not had an end in here yet, so lots of new opportunity. I don't know how many of these players have also played an end in here yet, especially from a comp scene point of view.
Yeah, this is definitely one of those ones, like I said, once you get into this region here, you have so many teams in close proximity where you're again, you know, you're existing. You want to peek up, but the minute you peek up, you got shots coming from the next hill over. This is going to be a difficult fight, nonetheless, for our top teams. You can have 4 players, and it's still going to be difficult. You can have 2 players, you know, and probably have the better opportunity because you're going to have less opportunities. But also on the other end, Mark, we do have a question mark still trying to battle their way in as well. It looks like QM getting into it with fight here, starting it out right now. We've lost one. A doozy is trying to hold the angle. SSG starting to take some interest. You can see Page with the Dragonov out. Actually, the damage going on to Fairy Tail, so the knock will go to Fairy Tail, giving a doozy a little bit of help right here. And still trying to find their way down and around. Zubila just over the ridge, cresting right there. Is going to run into a 1v1 with a doozy, but thought about going for the res. Now he's opting inside the vehicle, and he's going to just play for position.
Good shout.
QM gets himself a res here.
That's a good shot from him. I think he looked for that res, man. I think you're right, but he had to go. Honey Badger is pretty much king of their hill at the moment. The whole Redline are just stacked up here. They would have taken a pickup. Now, I think as much as you've got a lot of intel here, can you get knocks? Can you get confirmed? Potentially, there is opportunity. You are going to draw a bit of attention to yourself, but it's more the danger of running out of ammo. So, Nailep and Honey Badger, They're holding high. Vorpal Sword will go for zone. Like Acend go back to their cave. Send the bears. Their positioning of the deployable shield. Love it. All right, looking back now.
I was gonna say, even got the deployable shield set up. I like it.
Mate, big brain games, mate. Shots from Koro. Just hanging around. There won't be any hanging around than that one. Pod on a bigger split themselves, but they've got to be cautious because Faze is starting to see them. Faze coming up and over the top. A bit of a different position than to Pod. Pod covering each other. But with Faze 4 strong, it's very difficult for Pod to move up. And there you go. Fex puts down pin. So try and move up on me. You're going to get phased out.
There it is. 10 teams, 27 players alive in this crazy, chaotic zone. Again, if we were asking for something crazy on Vikendi, this is probably what you're going to get right here. So, 2 great Aaron Gales, now Vikendi to follow here as Kobo finds a knock. He is going to get Fex down right there. Correxi's still up there on the off angle. The res should come through as I think he's able to crawl to the crevice. As Correxi's down and out inside the vehicle. They're full standing, but Killakai is raining some shots down, trying to find them on the approach. Switching over to the M4. Goes some shots, but instantly pulled back there as you can see the team shots coming in from a Faze here. So Faze makes it in. Full 4. The res should come through. Correction does find that knock with a nade onto Killakai as Kowo peppering shots here onto POD. Now Chris looking to finish off the final member for Faze. It's Gustav over the top. A couple little peeks come through. The stun now in hand. But Matulins from the side is about to take Chris down. Chris will fall from us for Acend. All left to Kowo inside the cave.
Difficult. It was a good play from Chris, but Twisted Minds are just there at the right time. That's the danger. SSG surviving it out at the moment. I think it's a 1v1 now, is it? No, it's a 2v1. I do get one of the reses. James is resable as well. They've got some time. If they're going to do it, they've got to do it quick. What the hell was that? It was like the Northern Lights just appeared on my screen. Did you see that? Or was that just me?
Yeah, that was nuts.
It was like the Northern Lights, mate. We saw the Northern Lights. Let's go. The Northern Vikendi lights. What the hell was
we
that?
get him in the sky. I've never seen him on the battlefield, but hey, let's go.
Tight down here, that's it. There's no room up in the clouds, mate. Let's get them straight down here. Redline now leaving. Nixie is down and out. It's a big divide. There's kind of a set of south teams and there's a set of north teams. There's no one really in the middle.
You got Fairy Tale, the solo Zubila, just hanging tight, enjoying the solo, and then, you know, the company could stay away for the time being, he says, and there's the zone shifting up. It is going to put him right in the middle of that, so eventually the crash will come through. For now, we're hanging in with Acend. Kobo, the last left alive here after losing 2 on the hill. Just a difficult position for these guys, and he's right behind Faze. I don't think they did get the res actually on the James, huh?
We've got 2 teams, and both of them are in zone, and they're both solos. The rest of these teams are out and fighting for edge. Teams are going to have a little loot up of its Chris. Gustav, though, making a play to try and get Hanker point, though. Benched Heroes trying to come through. Final player for them. 3 kills for Hell of My Bad for a 4 out from the team. And just, oh, 1-0! Great flick over, but doesn't quite get it. But Crazy Lou is down.
I was going to say, what was that? But that was delicious. That was beautiful. And that's Lucarix going to clean the rest of it up. Credit will go to Hell of My Bad for 2 of the kills. But Lucarix finishing out the deal here. That's going to be 7 teams remain, 16 players. And the solo Kowo continuing to put these placement points on the board. But it's SSG I want to highlight here down to the south. After all those fights kind of commenced, they're sitting in now a beautiful position to kind of take themselves in to the first time for a late game here on the final day here. So even though they've taken some early losses this time around, they've been able to keep 4 up. They've got question mark now to the backfield here, but really the only initial threat is going to be Kowo here. He's got a FAMAS in hand, so they can spot this out, can take it out, but it's anybody with the IQ to at least find a knock here. Kowo has that potential.
Yeah, so be cautious. There is I think he wants to try and get into the crest, like into the valley, and play it out. He's playing that he doesn't get spotted. Does get spotted though. Roth looks back. He needs to flam over. Just fling it over, but does unfortunately run out of the shots. Koro down. He's going to take 7th place. 6 teams now remain. It's quite a few powerhouses at the bottom. We've got SSG mentioned, Faze back to a 3. Question mark here as well. So everyone kind of fighting it out. Redline have cleared their side. They've only got a couple more solos. So I think the power plays, the heavyweight boxing is going to be down this sort of south sides here. Page dodge back though, but it's Cowboy straight on the defense. Gustav playing aggressively around. He goes peekaboo, picks up 1. Nade store coming through. He's got to try and get some med on himself. Page moves around to provide the cover. Flash go over the top. Gustav has to lay down. Redline looking like they're going to go back the other way. Feathers trying low as well. SSG got to make a decision. They're going for the res. They're going to try and pick it up, though. It's Cowboy, picks up one. Flash comes over. Gustav goes underneath him. He's not even been spotted. Oh, he does get caught at the very end. There's no dropping on Rofdo. Drop the hammer. And Faze go down. I believe their final players, Gems of Doom, trying to provide that anchor cover. And unfortunately, doesn't work out. Rustamar is coming behind as well. He's looking to lurk and maybe get a kill on the board. The first one could be a free one, and it is a free one. Faze will take 6, and unfortunately the fellas remain as a 1, and SSG get a pass to go back to a 4.
SSG back to the 4 and avoid the fight with QM while taking down Faze here. Good rotation, good moves, and now finding the final member of fellas here. They are able to appreciate the help. Thanks for helping us with Faze out, but we're going to take that kill point back on our side, putting us to our top 4 teams here, which is going to be SSG, QM, Redline, and Fairy Tail. Again, question mark inside the final few again, continuing to showcase that consistency. Let me get those gas prices, because QM is absolutely driving the force today.
Why is QM eating dinner today? Because they're chipping away. 4v3v3v1. Fairy Tail opted not to come for the res. He played for the compound. He found himself in the center for some time. Now finds himself the center of the attention for question mark. So the 3 versus 1 here. Smokey is about to finish as the bloom is no more. I think Redline are in a good position as well. Question mark got to deal with this as well. But Zubila has not got many angles, and when he starts shooting, it's going to be a little bit of a question mark descent. They clear the compound. 4th place, take it. 4v3v3. This is a power fight, and that Vikendi is that edge play that we're looking for. As these teams, unfortunately, might have a bit of a standstill moment before we get any more action. Quick reminder, though, of the leaderboard. Question mark is at the top. 2nd place, they've been arguably fighting their way to get to the top. This is a good game. Looks like Twisted Mind's already out. Vorpal Swords are down as well. NAVI, team chasing them, are down. So is that Redline now going to jump forward over our GGs? And SSG, they are hunkering like 74, but look at all of the, so 66, 62, 74, 75, 79, 79. It's really tight on that side of the leaderboard. So SSG can make some big plays here. Redline also looking to make some big plays on the leaderboard.
Lots of big moves coming in from these teams. I mean, there is a show, to say the least, here, put on by question mark here. So again, SSG making their way in, 7 kills on the board right now. Redline just again starting to showcase. They did see some knocks. They were able to get some reses, recovery, looking great for Redline, and now trying to just find themselves, you know, a spot out of the northern position. There's only so much hard cover left. It's all coming down to the ridge and the angles here. And if you're Redline, you know, it's a matter of, you want SSG to get in with QM. The zone donuts, so I mean, that's not going to favor any one team and keep things pretty lined up. But Page, beautiful move up front. Has to be careful for some util to dump in, but in comes the 4 of SSG. They have found themselves in position, but here comes that util dump now from QM. I don't think they have enough left in the bag to get, you know, a knock or a flush, but I mean, they should at least be able to put some damage on the board, to say the least. But there is SSG making the first move.
Very hard for the guys because they've got flat terrain now. Let's break it down. SSG collapsed. They knew that Page was in a difficult spot. He was holding out a team by himself, and I think they knew Redline wanted to come here, so they got in the car. They moved their way in. They're in the zone on the other side. They didn't have to move, but they moved to try and defend their boy. They know the dangers coming from Redline. I think they've done enough now for the teams now to move the other way. Redline opportunity to go that way has closed. They now need to work their way in towards zone. Now, Lucarux is in this bowl, but you can't really hide 3 players. If you go a little bit further forward, you've got to start spending that util. That util would eventually go, and then you've got to defend yourself against a side angle of SSG, and then you've got question mark, though, who are going to get you completely to rights because Phil is up at the top. So, like it, I think Redline, they're going to make some big plays. It's going to be some very difficult plays. Honey Badger tries to make something happen. He goes forward. Best be ready. That car will ease past.
Besto. He's going to check it out just in case.
Yeah, you never know, mate. We saw yesterday. We saw Rectico was he laying low in the car and got a 2nd place. So just double check those cars when you're on Vikendi.
You never know. You never know. So yeah, Redline trying to beeline it for the middle of the zone right now. Has lost Honey Badger, but safe for the res for the time being. on the outskirts. SSG is going to find it. That's Besto from inside the compound to get the knock there. Now Luca just kind of pacing back and forth, hoping to just out-exist QM or SSG at this point. He's got a tough fight. He's got the MK14 AUG in hand. Cooks up a grenade. He's going to toss it in the direction of QM. It looks like, nope, just outside of reach right there. Doozy and Besto will avoid the knock. Doozy with the first shots finds Cowboy. I'm looking to find another SSG member here. Shots from Paige. Paige inside the vehicle. As the rotate does come through. A Doozy. It's a big knock. The three-piece already looking for the final member when it looked like it was going to be all SSG. Besto and a Doozy refusing to go down. Util, the stuns, the blue zone will confirm Paige. It is all left up to the final member of SSG and one member left up for Redline. It's Luca trying to fight the fight, but it's the Doozy and Besto show right now for QM.
Oh my days. I like SSG's push. It just felt a bit separated. Back to a 2 now. It is a 2v2v1. Best ducks his way down. A Doozy sprays. There's no opportunity though, but Best is there. Luke Ruck's the final player for them. He does able to pick up his boy. It's a 1 versus 1 versus 1, but the opportunity here for Redline to put some numbers back on the board. That P90 for just hanging around is not going to be hanging around for long. A Doozy finds his way up to the arguably the worst cover in the world. If it gets shot at, it is going to explode. SSG on a 1. That slow push from them. Redline, the team that was out. They were the team against the wall. The flat terrain had to make something happen. Bunny Badger was the first to go. There goes 1. There goes 2. It's a 1 versus 1. 10 kills for SSG. 9 for a Doozy. He's already made the blue and he's using the only coverage he can. He gets the first shot sign and there we go. Question mark will put a chicken dinner back on the board.
Second one for the day from Question Mark. And again, with their backs against the wall, out of the compound there, able to maintain position, outplaying SSG with the crash there, you know, again, to kind of take position away from a Doozy with some huge shots, the transfer, and able to find the double knock on both the players coming out from SSG. Huge momentum there from QM. And now the second chicken dinner. I'm telling you, man, those gas prices are perfect right now.
Jeez Louise. 5 kills for Doozy, 5 kills for Best, 10 kills on the board from a 2-man army. And that cross-up at the end was insane. Doozy just coming out. I felt bad for SSG. I think I like them, obviously Paige by himself. I love that little play. They put themselves in a position to try and hold out as a team. They knew that Redline wanted to come that way. Look, Redline had to try something at that point. Honey Badger went for a full send to extend. They stretched the guns all towards him, SSG and sort of Question Mark looking in. But there was no other follow-up from Redline. They then eventually sort of chipped their way in, and then it went even worse the other side. SSG done the same thing. They tried to make something happen, but they came in drips and drabs. And because that cross-up, that lockdown, Question Mark threw the anchor out the boat, and they were like, guys, we're not moving. You've got to come take us. And they grounded everyone else to shore. So I really like it. Really tactical play at the end, but Question Mark just looking good.
Like I said, it has literally been their day today. I mean, you can't fault any of the other teams. Points are adding onto the board, all around, but it's just Question Mark, man. I mean, they have consistent. And when you're feeling yourself like that, the confidence is there. A Doozy able to just find those sprays. The backup from Besto has been there all day. We've watched him support. And not only with the support, but he's also finding a massive amount of kills, right? It's just a hard day for any of the other teams to catch up and, you know, play this QM game, because it's not like you're forced to just come in here. QM is making you make these choices, making the games that much more difficult and putting the play kind of in their style right there. SSG takes the gamble and still somehow it's QM to pay off.
No one is able to stop that Question Mark at the moment. You're right. It is Question Mark's day so far. Everyone seems to be falling into their game style, their play. As it is their game plan, we are going to take a quick break. They've got the second chicken dinner on the board. They need to have a bit of food there. We'll come back. It's going to be Tago. Arguably, Tago has been a very aggressive map over the course of this event. So a quick break. Get yourself a quick drink. When we come back, we'll see you on the plains of Tago.
I left the hood, I said I would. Ain't coming back on. If they could, they probably should. Oh yeah. I left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. Left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. Ain't coming back on. If they could, they probably should. Oh yeah. I left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would.
I've had better nights, so feel free. I feel like to pick you up when you are down. I feel like to pick you up when you are down. I feel like to pick you up when you are down. I feel like to pick you up when you are down.
It's match number 4. Vikendi done, Tego in. Right path though, maybe one of the better ones so far. It's the southeast up towards the northwest. It does favour a little bit more towards the south as Hosan wants to watch the flight path go by. Interesting to see where we get potentially a Acend and NAVI drop towards Hapo again. But that'll be later on the flight path, and both teams haven't quite jumped yet, so it is looking like a potential hot drop. For now, though, let's give a big shout. Question mark, question mark, question mark. They came in today pretty low down. I think Twisted Minds thinking it's money in the bag. Not when you got question mark around.
They've definitely left a big question as to who's going to take the final few games here. We've got 3 more. And with 3 games making that much of an impact, these last 3 games could do exactly that. We've got Navi, who's been chasing. They've been putting some points on. They haven't really seen, that kind of ground hit today where they've, really started to just boom, 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 put points on. So if Navi comes in, in these final few games, we are going to see Tego. We've got Miramar to switch it up. So we're getting the difference of maps. We're getting an opportunity for other teams who may not be the best at Erangel or maybe just had a rough day. I mean, we had 2 crazy zones on Erangel. And now just kind of doing this. And speaking of crazy zones, there's, I think, the craziest zone we can get on Tego.
Love it. It's worth mentioning as well, before we jump over to that fight with Acend and NAVI. NAVI no real move. Same with Vorpal Swords. 30 Sports doing well, but Spacestation Gaming, GG's. They find themselves on the left-hand side of the table, so I can't argue at all with that. But looks like our fight is already kicking off. We've already lost 2. The guy is nowhere to be seen. Karo, the coach, has left to fight it out. NAVI will try and end this as quick as they can. Shotgun in the door, pre-fire either side. Gets caught in the door. Oh, nearly though. Goes up around the back. Hasn't got a lid or a vest. Needs to be cautious though. Is he going to play? Oh, he drops down. No, drops into the danger zone.
Unfortunately, Hakatori was ready with the shotgun and waiting. I like the positioning. I like the play. But it is just Navi. They need the points too. They want to see themselves not get left in the dust here. So finding finally some gas in the tank for Navi. There's 3 kills on the board, and it's all left to the solo Killakai. Seems like he's in Hoppo, so I think he's going to be able to survive for now. So it's going to be Navi, yep, cleaning up the rest of the kills there now. And again, with this zone kind of being a kind of head scratcher right now, you know, the points could definitely go in any directions. That's 3, tying it up. That's going to be an even 119 now with Vorpal Swords. So again, this last game, these last few games to say, are really going to have an impact as to where this leaderboard is going to end up. You know, like you said, Twisted Minds came in with a little bit more of, I don't want to say comfort. You said it right off the bat. There was really no getting comfortable inside this. And it's question mark, just point after point after point, making this competition that much more, you know, just close.
It's been close. Twisted Minds, though, I know they have it in the opportunity to come back, as they like to chase
up and away
teams. They're more than happy. They're off 3 though, so not quite sure what happened there. We might have a DC. As a 3, they are still arguably a strong unit, and as I said before, been on events where I've seen Twisted Minds actually come back from the ashes like a question mark. So I think they won't be disappointed they're in 2nd place. I think they'll be looking at this now as target acquired. Let's get pushing.
That's it. Sometimes, like I said, you need that pressure. You know, once you're in first, you're kind of just riding the wave. Once you know that there's an opportunity for you to lose this out, boom, strategics come out, the tactics are there, and unfortunately, yeah, like I said, they have lost what one to looks like a DC in here, but we can't count them out yet. Twist still going to be sitting tight, still going to hopefully be making something out of nothing here as we get over to GG's, who's lost 1 in the fight with QM. We've got another pedal bike in play here. And like I said, I'm loving it, man. I'm loving the bike runs here.
Sparrow's down to a 1, but he's gone.
Yep.
I'm just going to see where I think they'll be looking at those crate drops and maybe thinking let's hit the coast. He might be down a number, but you put an MG in your back pocket, it feels like you've got a 10-man strong. Vorpal Swords, I kind of feel like it's going to come out to the sort of west of Songam. It's going to finish just there, but we'll see. I've been wrong a few times. Another E pickup coming from Benched Heroes. Pod looking strong as well. Vorpal Sword might be caught as well. They're taking some shots, but looks like we've got our Redline, who confidently gets him better each game as we go closer towards the end.
Like I said, coming off of that close to victory right there, we're able to hold tight. If it wasn't for SSG and the big P90 win right there, could have definitely seen another side of that. But right now, against the Vorpal Swords, they've got the angles on the outskirts. In comes Krazier, as it looks like that's going to be something.
Just hold out. Nail it. Just comes into the eye line on PWD. But it's not going to be the case. These teams need to hunker down. Vorpal sort of said are split. Tidrox does work his way. I did ask in chat who takes the win on last game. QM's Redline, QM, SSG. It's all good. So, send work in. GG will go. Navi will follow the same rotate path in. Feather's got to try and come over the top here. Strong T looking like they're going to hold the bridge. Maybe still dangerous that far out. SSG go towards airport. They're going to work their way in. Teams centralize up again, or central down towards this kind of Songam position. Faze holding an element of it as well. Looks like Vorpal Sword also tightening themselves up. Redline taking a nice position as well. They're going to put that red line on their back, and you might catch teams rotating around.
And that's actually a good spot to pick up those kills. Like I said, it's good to play for phase 1 into the later phases. Comes to be a little bit more of a challenge here, but definitely should be a good phase 1 spot for the team to play from is Faze. Again, take some idea. They have them pinned down right now for Redline as they're looking to find maybe some attention. Maybe some teams rotating. Gustav will full send a little bit forward to get them a little bit more of a hard cover compound. But yeah, definitely agree in the fact that it's going to end just right outside of Song Am. We see a lot of it come back down to the coast where we see BH starting to grab up. A lot of those care pack weapons start to strengthen their fight for the end there, you know, maybe without having to chase the zone. Should be having themselves a great game here, assuming the zone does kind of favor that Song Am position here. But it's the Gaimin Gladiators down to a solo right now, and it looks like caught out in a rock and a hard place right now. I don't know if he's going to be able to make it safely out of here. I think the tires have been shot out, at least on one side. Oh, no, he's still good.
It's good. CC. Alexa, play PUBG theme tune.
I don't know how, man, where did Alexa even come from?
Hopefully everyone heard Alexa as well, like I did. Oh, and I feel bad if you've got us on loudspeaker and you have an Alexa, listen to the tunes.
Enjoy the PUBG Royale.
Navi working their way in now. GG's as Uber is their final player. Looks like Fellas and Strong Team not quite on the bridge camp, but they have been caught slightly. I'm just going to tab that up and just keep an eye on the map as the rest of Fellas are going. SSG got pretty much a clear path. Look how much open space is on that east-hand side. As everyone said, looking like it's going to come down to the water. Oh, look, do you know what? I don't blame him either, because a lot recently, or the last couple of games, water seems to be favoured.
It seems to be like that's the case. It's gonna go for the water. So the closer you can get, the better it seems for some of these teams here. There's the fellas rotating right. Oh no! Slow down and everything to give them a nice easy freebie there. Unfortunately for the fellas, caught out trying to do some scouting. Maybe Iroh gonna be able to get the revenge here. I want to say they've got him surrounded. Yes, they do. So looks like they will be able to at least get the revenge sent back that direction, but unfortunately have lost one on a scout play right there. Strong T coming up, trying to finish the fight here. They've got Sai and Art trying to now find Iroh, who was pushed back to the compound there solo. And again, vehicles in play for fellows, so should be able to assist Iroh if the pull-up does come through. But for right now, it just seems kind of be a little bit more of a pop shots, and maybe this 1-for-1 loss, and then they kind of disperse.
Yeah, nothing, not in zone. I know it's phase number 1. You don't really want to be taking zone damage. They're not far. You just put yourself in. SSG still going pretty wide on this one here. Kirikai still alive on the crossroads. Arguably, maybe one of these teams coming in from the northwest might try and put up into his position, but for now, not the case. The rest of the teams are in for on the north is point, I believe, at the moment. Pod Central, question mark, their normal drop zone. How are not risking a split as they will hold out their compound, hopefully not getting caught like last time. Twisted Minds have pushed out GG's. Uber is the final one for them. He now goes towards that west as Navi lurk just on the outside. You can't like escape the old Navi versus the new Navi. They just seem to be next to each other the whole time.
It's crazy, right? I mean, and you can't fault them. You know it's going to happen. You know it's bound to happen. And this is going to be a big factor, I think, once we get into the the grand scheme of things, right? But for right now, like I said, it's
my days.
Woohoo, yep, it's that song and finish, baby. Redline on the back, and there is still a lot of water in play. What are you going to do about it? You get,
it's going song out, like I
love
said, but I wouldn't have expected it to be like that, like so south.
That's it. That's just how this game plays today. Apparently, it's waterlogged all through and through here. SSG now in the fight with Redline, and it looks like third party coming. Excuse me, not third party. Anchoring coming in from Roth right now. It's just putting some damage down onto RL. They have lost hanging around. Cowboy now confirmed there, but it looks like the two from the compound able to do the most destruction from the long range right now. I should be able to find Luca. It's going to be a difficult res, but he is going to pull down to go for it.
Yeah, it's a good play. The smoke's already gone. Puts the car one side to provide the cover. Uses the hill, and the other, the smoke will sort of, unfortunately, get hoovered up by that rock. SSG needs to make decisions now. Look at this question mark going right in the middle of our Twisted Minds. And they want to ensure they get rid of him. That's what I said. Like, it's that kind of like play. Look at that. They got a knock, and it was like, these are the guys that are chasing us. We can now put some points in between them. That's what I was talking about early. Different stance for players. Unfortunately, now question mark are that team people are chasing. So Fairy Tales up and above. They are taking some shots down towards them. They've been confirmed out on one, but they are receiving quite a bit of pressure in the middle. A few teams now eyes on the prize. Kill your guy sends it through and prays. Eyes closed straight for every single team. I'm going to find a new home, and hopefully it's in Songham.
Ooh-wee. This is a risky rotation right here, but he's heading straight in. I see some opportunity. Oop. Question mark sees the same opportunity. I don't know if it's going to end well, but somehow, some way, through the flames, the fire, and the fury.
No. Get in.
He's in.
Let's go.
He's got him.
Let's go, Woo.
QM and Strong T right behind, though. It looks like Besto ready with it. It's another 2-0. Excuse me, 2-0 duo coming in for Besto and Aduza. We've seen a big round to finish off the W here. Can they do it inside the compound? He's going to pre-fire the door, knocks the door, so he does not have to hit the open, but nades. Util is coming in, shots from the side. Dunchin is going to get the knock on to Besto as Aduzi's still up. He's got a excuse me, a 1v3 deal with pre-fires the door, gets the first knock, waiting for Side to then come and gets that flush, denies some information. 15 bullets in the chamber. Gun goes in, he's able to pre-peek it, but still not enough. Side knock, the knock did come through, but there was just so much happening that it just, unfortunately, the power in numbers were overtaking QM. QM, no home inside of Song Am, and I think the first time we're not going to see QM inside the top 5.
Insane. First time, question mark, unable to conquer into even the placement points. And actually, arguably, they just put Twisted Minds out as well. So Twisted Minds are going to be happy they also fell. So the points won't be spread too much. More teams now need to continue to work their way in. It's settling down a little bit now as we SSG inside still taking shots. They hunker down the compound. Redline do get the res. Got a few teams in and around the outside edge. Looks like NAVI going to cross paths slightly with our Feathers, and they might actually opt to go the other way now. And go, there we go. Actually, it hasn't really gone to that west. It goes down towards more of a southeast area as Acend, unfortunately, goes down towards a Panzer. And Faze, now going to try and deal with these pushes coming in from Howl.
Great so far. The defense is good. The head turns are there, and they have the information as to where players are coming from. He's doing a great job so far. Has found 1, 2 kills total on the board for the squad. And again, has just gotten some care pack gifts up there towards the top. Now spotting some shots. Doing a little pre-fire onto BH here. Again, nothing really to gain. POD Presenti from the side, though, as he's going to push him back inside the compound right there. Faze will kind of just hang out on the outskirts, regrouping now as they will send the 2-2 to one another. So all 4 at the compound here. Again, they've got fresh gear. And then, again, great position inside the zone. We should see the zone continue to forfeit and force its way in that kind of right where it says AM is probably going to be the ending part of the zone. There's still about 30% unplayable as Honey Badger still holds it in for Redline. Space Station Gaming with some information out of that, just trying to avoid Redline maybe from regrouping fully inside the zone. As the other two are maybe still... mate. Are we getting motors? Are we looking for motors inside the trunk here? I mean, I'm all for it. No.
Maybe they're looking for something, so it might be a jammer. Yeah, it's not a jammer. It seems to be ammo. It might be short for these guys, but they can come back, so they can come up this way around. That's going to block SSG off for a little bit of time, but as they come over this hill, there will be an area in which they can get hunkered in by, but they are going to try and make the split as quickly as they can. Don't know if SSG are ready for them. They have spotted him now. Roth waiting to go. Honey Badger will try and take some shots and stop them. Good shots though coming in. Roth laying down the law from NA, but unable to get the knocks as our Redline team do get back. And Honey Badger does provide that little bit of cover at the very end, stopping SSG sweeping outside of their compound.
So unfortunately, they weren't able to hold Redline as the solo Honey Badgers. So now that's their next place, and they will have to take the fight with Redline, assuming that that's kind of where the zone's heading. There's a compound open and free there to the north there, but FUT eventually should find their way into that compound, if not regrouping with T-Bone, who's got himself a great little ridge position north side for FUT right there. Teams inside Song Am, though, we've got Strong T, Howl, kind of at some bruised and beaten teams, but still with 2 players up. The Vorpal Swords as well inside the middle. And then we're also sitting on teams, kind of on the outskirts, but, a few teams just kind of gathering some information over to the western part of the zone, though. We've got the fellas kind of keeping out BH right now. Again, compound's still in play, but, everybody's thinking the next zone, right? Everybody's thinking phase 4, phase 5, and not just kind of where they're at right now. So, respectively, it's a matter of information gaining before the late game gets too thorough. We have seen quite a few teams, though, like I said, lose players early on, as we have 13 with 39, and the numbers usually at this stage are usually a little bit thicker, so.
It's mad. There's like so many left, 39. Oh,
there goes the water. It's out.
Yeah, eventually, yeah. Bloody hell. It took its time, right? I still think it might go west on Songham, I can go on that east, so it's going to be close, either or. Whenever it happens, it does mean we've got kind of a city in, so with a city in, is the opportunity now for teams to sort of dive their way through. And talk about a dive, SSG trying to go to as close as they can to the bottom of this hill to stop Redline shot. And I think they've just done enough as they weave their way through the Alice in Wonderland forest. SSG now going to go for a complete full send. And on the gas, they're straight into the middle. Nice bad. There goes one. Roth, he's going to get his way in. He does get himself in as he closes the door behind. He's a solo player for SSG. Unfortunately, do lose one. I kind of feel like that was always going to happen at the end there.
I mean, hey, as long as one of them got in, I think it was worth the full send right there. SSG taking all the gamble right there, and it's going to pay off. I mean, James obviously knows where the Roth is, but if you've just seen what had happened there, you're definitely not going to be peaking for free.
Teams are doing with 2 on the board here from Faze. I can't see many other people dying, if I'm honest with you. We're going to go town. Redline don't need to move. There is a little bit. We can see the fellas play. I think they get away from this zone. I think it'd be the next zone that'd be really difficult. There's like this little bowl they can play. I think they might be safe here, just thereabouts, maybe. Gaimin Gladiators go, so at least we lose one team. 12 remain, 37 on the board. The numbers should still remain quite high. Everyone's repositioning. We're either in the town or you're holding very much firm the outside of town.
As the leaderboard drops in, again, you can see how close it is. NAVI having the opportunity, to put some points where they need. Twisted Minds and Question Mark both out. Vorpal Swords as well, who are in the center of that zone, still 4-4 up, can finally continue that momentum. They started the day off A-OK, and then, like I said, kind of fell off. And now, like I said, with Twisted Minds and QM both out, if they can at least put 15 points on, they're going to make the end of their day that much easier. And again, the chase is always going to be there, right? Considering they're 2 games now behind, but this one game is the opportunity that Vorpal Swords needed, kind of lighten the load before the end of the day here. This is Tego. We are, day number 3 here, Mark, and we only have 2 more matches to conclude this event here. So like I said, the pressure, the power is all there.
This is a danger now. People are looking to find how much can we take off of town. I think there's obviously a clear indication there are people in town. It's now of how many buildings can we take to go forwards, and it's like bench heroes trying to get off the bench and move one more, but they've got strong T position themselves up. It does go your side because it goes for that east. We have the rice fields here. Arguably, with Redline moving, it does allow the fellas to maybe just hold the open terrain, maybe get into that rice field just by Michael, and they are the furthest rice field away, so anyone that sort of moves in, we can see bench heroes looking to maybe go back outside now, as they've got the option to do it. I like rice field endings in Tego, because you just kind of take it like trench warfare. You take it one trench at a time and make sure no one backfills and exposes your flanks.
This is definitely a very interesting gameplay. Like I said, the style, like I said, with 11 teams in, it is just that. Like I said, you're going to eliminate a team, take that position, and if you can do that, like I said, and continue to move forward, you're going to find yourself a victory. If you pressure even 2 steps, past your limit, you're not gonna give that kill to somebody. We've seen it happen, to SSG. Like I said, Roth was able to get in. Page, like I said, put himself right in the middle, and like I said, the gamble is going to be there. You may lose one, but again, it's all going to be worth the sacrifice here. As we're in with Fairy Tale, tuning right behind fellas. They're going to take this deep. I like the rotation. They're probably assuming nobody's going to be here, but fellas are ready and waiting here. Hello, hi, how you doing? Great to meet you with some good shots there. Finds one, looking for the second knock as it does come through. The Panzer fouls from Fairy Tale out. The vehicle is going to find at least the knock onto Michael, but before anything else can commence there, it's a GG's. The fellas able to hang tight on the crash from Fairy Tale into the fight. BH and NAVI. Looks like a little bit of scabbing third party, but man, what an attempt from Fairy Tale, fellas. Great job for the hold.
Yeah, that was a really good attempt. They had to go one way, and I think that was the only way they could go. Love they got the Panthers put in the back pocket. Res now happening. I do also like, worth mentioning, bench heroes trying to use that time to get into the field. Bench heroes are looking to get out into that field. For me, I know they're 4 strong. Deadrock's for me, I find it's like, hey, let him go. Just let him sit where he is. Maybe he can cause some organized destruction, havoc in the town, so to speak, like he's doing now. That might allow the team just to get out to the rice field. I just think the rice fields are going to be a better play for them. Other side of the zone, no, Esports tried to play their way in. They now need to make something happen as well. Redline going to cause them some issues. And, the nade now rolling through from Faze. Faze focusing now to the north. Esports got to figure out what they're going to do.
It's a matter of, like I said, they looked good, and I'm surprised they've taken 2 losses. They didn't necessarily have to peak, but 2 unnecessary losses make this push that much less effective, but somehow buying their way in. Shots are coming in. POD spots them out. There's rocks to find one.
Oh, no, the car's blocked
I want
away.
to say Dante's.
The car's blocked it.
Oh, he's blocked.
No.
He's in, though. He's in. Hard. Somehow make it. Looks like they have the potential for a res here, no?
I don't know. Maybe. Maybe. He might get away with that. Nope, he's gone.
Oh.
I was more worried about VAR
Rocks.
jumping up over that fence, but he does get over and away with it as well. This is what I talk about the trench warfare. So the red line back filling behind, it's going to allow Faze, well, it's going to not allow, it's going to cause Faze into a very difficult position. They've got to try and deal with that or get some cover. Red line now need to move, so it is a matter of time, actually, from a Faze point of view, but Vard's still going to work. He does pick up one. Let's see what he can do. Trying to get the remainder. There's 1 kill on the board already. Has got some time potentially to get a med on. There with Pod looking to move out. Oh.
Faze not even giving him any help.
Made out that little window. That's what I was going to say. 3, 2, 1. Bosh. And up we go. Oh, he's unfortunate. That's really unlucky. Another time. One? You know you're going to be in the corner. Oh, does get caught. He does get the knock though, so it's not the re-knock either. So Faze might want to try and start pushing over. I think Pod have got enough cover around here just to get the pick up and go. They're going to move their way out and in. We are seeing now Michael for the fellas. He try and takes the trench as they extend all the way out as we lose the open terrain, the open field. Fellas go down the Howl, launch out the nades. Should be visible. A lot more action comes in. Red line goes on the other side though as Faze going to try and deal with them. This is madness. Vex is moving his way in as well. Flash will go through. Vex will breach his way in. Red line's going to get the information. Honey Badger's down, but jump shot comes in, but he doesn't quite get the connection, but the backup was there. GG's. It looks like Faze staying tight, and Red line's going to take knife just shy of the points of the placement as the fellas will fall in 8th place.
Faze are looking beautiful right now. Like I said, their teamwork, their covers, their angles are all there right now. If I was going to say any team to take this one, my vote's on Faze. We still got a lot to play. We still have so much more to come, and still is 6 other teams inside of Song and the angles, and it's all going to come down to how they play against one another here. NAVI still up 3 strong, 3 kills on the board, trying to find the last of our bench to team here as the nade bounces a little bit too far. No nade and no damage to be done. The second hits the tree, unfortunately, and won't even make its way over to get some damage as well. Off the roof, Sosa is going to find Hakatori right there. As it's still just Diffix holding out these 2 BH members. Final nade tossed up. Still nothing to gain right there. Back to the Vorpal Swords, who have found some ideas and some attention towards Faze. They've got the res. They're back to full 4, and it's a matter of Faze controlling that northern zone and presenting the rest of POD across the way.
It's mental. You should arguably stand off for a little bit of time. How they're benched heroes, but you're not going to think they're going to push in, right? They're going to be sitting firm. Bench heroes can kind of chip away, maybe go a little bit infield. Vorpal Swords in a good spot. They're getting knock on Faze. It's all about this sort of next zone shift. NAVI put some points back on the board themselves. Pod spread themselves out as well. If it goes towards the west. Faze and Howl going to be in difficulty. Tightens up. Arguably, mostly better for most teams apart from Pod and NAVI.
Vorpal Swords, hello. Opportunity.
No, that's the ones that are like difficult, right? It's there's only 2 teams. I think arguably that zone favors most teams in the lobby.
And it's honestly, yeah, it's sure it's centered up some teams, but I mean, with the amount of coverage, like I said, and you're not this zone inside of a city finish. This is one of the smaller cities of Tago, right? But still, it's got coverage from all over. It's got different sets of buildings. You've got all types of play styles. I mean, you've got 2 stories, 1 stories. You've got not necessarily apartment buildings here, but you've got multi-building complexes also with warehouses. So, I mean, it's a matter of, again, angles, which you can see that plenty of these players understand and know where they're going to peek from here in order to see there. This is going to stop. Like, and there's one right there, Art through the window, trying to find this knock, trying to find the attention. Blind spraying through the smoke, trying to find some sort of knock onto NAVI, who's just kind of being deleted here. BH hasn't been taken care of yet, so they're on the backside trying to make this approach as well. So it's strong T and BH kind of against NAVI in the corner here.
Yeah, they're going to try and find their way in. They're going to muscle their way into this one. I like Bench Hero's position. Yeah, holding out full angle. NAVI will lose 2. That's a great opportunity, though. Hello, my bad. Goes for the run. It's Diffix. Love it. He's using the rail. Smoke will come in. That's going to try and block the line of sight. As Bench Hero is going to try and move forward. At least get their boy up. They're going to be right at the top here. Diffix goes down. We know he likes to be creative when it comes down to this sort of stuff. Backs away into the corner, hoping that our Bench Hero is going to move their way in. Most teams, give or take, are in. Faze did lose 1. NAVI into a 3. Strong team will get a line of sight onto him. Gotta be cautious. This is so... The problem with this, there's so many angles. It's like, okay, let me try and hold this team out. Oh, there's a window there. That means a team in this position got me. If I take 2 steps forward, it's the door and it's the team opposite the road. You've got to be so quick on your reaction speed and think on your feet to be creative on an end zone like this. It's a town ending. Can I say call it? It's not city ending. It's a town ending, right?
Right. Like I said, again, it's not the massive X scale, of a city, but it's definitely got that, towny feel to it where you got something. It's Tego, baby.
I like it. He's trying to play peekaboo, so giving away his position slightly, but it's 4 versus 1. Diffix sometimes feels like a 4-man himself. Looking for the push, though. Misses the first one. That 4 is backed out. We'll get a nice flash out on towards... Going to catch him full blind. Pray, no spray. And he prayed. There was a bit of a spray. And Deadrocks will put down Diffix. NAVI now go out. 7th place for them. 6 teams remain. 19 left on the battlegrounds of the town. Songam is where it's going to end. And phase number 8, we are going to go to the dot. And I feel like we're going to go to the dot with a large amount of players left. Who's got the util to survive this one out? It's game number 4. Best of 6, and it's on the final day. We've had some outstanding zones. Arguably, this one is going to be one of the most dangerous.
Who has the most util? Talk about who has the most frames at that rate, right? I mean, we're going to be into Smoke City here. So let's see what we are going to get. I have to give a shout out to BH. I don't know if the rest of the players are tired, but our bench team is coming in big right now. And again, we know there's some sick players, some absolutely great mechanics on that team right there. But I mean, you gotta highlight the team that's bench themselves essentially to come back to comp right here, and doing the fashion they've got themselves against NAVI. Hello my bad with that beautiful peak right there, and this is just now. All right, where does phase 9? Who's where? I don't even. I can tell you, like, this is gonna play it out 7 times, 8 times, every time different a winner.
You know what's going to happen, though? People on YouTube, again, massive shout out to YouTube guys, and we'll talk a bit about YouTube later, but they're the ones that can now pause this and rewind it, pause it, go back, rewind it, pause it, go back, and thinking, could we have done something different? Could another team have gone in? Benched Heroes with the FAMAS, it might be short on a mag, but it's not short on distance, though, when it comes into the town. Leosh is making his way forward. The train is going to fall in. Phase number 8 to phase number 9. The dot is going to go on top of Vorpal Sword, and here we go. It's the final zone for game number 4. It is mental. Shotgun away, people. It's going to be explosive.
It's going to be bam, bam, a little bit of wham, bam. Thank you, ma'ams, from quite a few players here in the mix quick. And like I said, there goes the util dumps, the smokes you can hear starting to come out. How many colors are we going to get? We got an orange, a blue, a green. I think I see some green smoke in one of the players. We're going to have a very beautiful zone here. Yep, there's the green, the orange. I need some blue.
Look at the smoke.
There's the purple. Hello?
Shoot the purple smoke. Shoot the purple smoke. Benched Heroes going down. Pod goes down towards Faze, Vorpal Sword, and Benched Heroes. 5 teams now remain. 15 on the spot. The blue zone nades is going to be a bit of a blue dome in towards the middle. Faze looking to try and make something happen. Vorpal Sword arguably in the middle, but there goes the first not PWD. He's got some big plays. We've seen some great angles. Let's see what tricks he's got for this end zone here. Crexy has got the 10 kills underneath the belt for Faze. Benched Heroes making their way in. Only 5 on the board. T will get the knock onto Benched Heroes. Nades continue to go down. Smoke is store. Blooming. The dot is store into sight. Looks like it is a big, big push. Big nade!
Oh my God!
Goes nearly over the top and far away.
That was an insane toss over the top right there. It doesn't get the re-knock, but does get the knock. You've got James knocking on the door here with the barrel. And unfortunately for him, he was not able to connect with anything up there. So this is allowing the time for the reses to come through as Vorpal Sword sticking every res. Should get back to 4. We've got BH down to 2 members, but sticking both the reses, and Code Marco down and out. But it looks like res is coming through on all angles. Top 4 teams inside Songam. 1 minute on the clock, and it is absolute chaos.
I'll try and get as much as I can. Vorpal Sword on the outside edge. Faze, I think, are the ones that are going to fight first. They're dropping down now. Ninja schools, mate. This is no PUBG engine. This is parkour at its finest. How can kill confirm on the board. The smoke will now dissipate. Here comes a big jump. He catches a flying Vorpal Sword member, but the Jeems dude goes out. Correxy ends Corexy. He says, I want no more. Will send away. Vorpal Sword lose enough. One Faze with 2 remaining. Vorpal Sword down to NAVI. He's the final player for them. Howl still on a 2-person. It's a smoky ending when it comes down to the end. Can you even see anything? Faze are going down as well. They're going to go full out here. What is going on? Benched Heroes in the middle. Looks like NAVI is on the inside of the building. The team's on the outside. Are they moving away? The dot is going to go. He's got med.
Hit the first aid. You got this. Come on.
This is a
Vorpal Swords.
I think he's got it. It's Vorpal Sword?
He's got it.
It's Vorpal Sword. Oh, it's Bench Heroes! Whoa!
No way!
14 kills. Mate, tap out. What a game. Bench Heroes out-med. An area which Vorpal Sword had for so long as well. But look at the kills. What madness. What's madness? I think Corexy had it right. He went, I want utterly no more to do with that. Bosh, done. Oh, that zone came in quick and fast, and I'm just going to apologise. I didn't even know what to cover. There was just smoke everywhere. So hopefully we saw a little bit of action. If you're on YouTube, at least you can pause it.
A little bit of mutual destruction.
Oh,
somebody died. Somebody got some kills. There was a lot of smoke. Snoop Dogg would have been happy. Like,
oh my days. What a game. Game number 4 is under our belt. I need to gather my thoughts. I'll see you guys in a few. Yeah, see you next round.
If they could, they probably should.
Oh yeah.
I left the hood, I said I would.
I left the hood, I said I would.
I was caught up in a situation, could've gone real bad. I just took a long vacation, no doubt left none of them mad. I left the hood, I said I would, so I'ma get mine and I won't feel bad. If they could, they probably should, but most man end up in a two-man bad. I was caught up in a situation, could've gone real bad. I just took a long vacation, no doubt left none of them mad. I left the hood, I said I would, so I'ma get mine and I won't feel bad. If they could, they probably should, but most man end up in a two-man bad.
Left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. I ain't coming back. If they could, they probably should. Oh yeah. I left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. Left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. I ain't coming back. If they could, they probably should. Oh yeah. I left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would.
I was caught up in a situation, could've gone real bad. I just took a long vacation, no doubt left none of them mad. I left the hood, I said I would, so I'ma get mine and I won't feel bad. If they could, they probably should, but most man end up in a two-man bad.
I was caught up in a situation, could've gone real bad. I just took a long vacation, no doubt left none of them mad. Gone. I left the hood, I said I would, so I'ma get mine and I won't feel bad. Nah. If they could, they probably should, but most man end up in a two-man bad. Left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. Ain't coming back. If they could, they probably should.
Oh yeah.
I left the hood, I said I would.
I left the hood, I said I would.
Left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would.
Ain't coming back.
If they could, they probably should.
Oh yeah.
I left the hood, I said I would.
I left the hood,
I said I would.
And I've had better nights of sleep. In the dark, you're my only friend, the only one to truly depend on. And I finally
Let's go. I kind of gathered my thoughts on that one slightly. It was mental. Like, let's not take anything away. It's very aggressive style. I think Vorpal Sword might be gutted they didn't get the chicken dinner. They've been doing well. And arguably, question mark taking up Twisted Minds. That was kind of Vorpal Sword's opportunity to try and get as much kills. Did they get what they needed to? Not quite sure. I can't even say that was organized chaos, though, CC.
That was just, I mean, mutual destruction. I mean, you had guaranteed zone pool that was going to the city. You had teams that, even though they were centered, you weren't secured. You had teams that were on the outskirts, and you're still worried about your left, your right. I mean, you're not checking the blue at that point, but you're still checking the house to the next door. You're still peeking in that window, and like you said, you're taking a shot in one direction to worry about the other.
Here's an opportunity for the ankles. Well, we've got 2 more games remain, and they are going to be on our sandy shores of Miramar. They are the angle game. This is the open terrain where you've got the dips, crevices, the compounds, and everything in between. God, if we had a Los Leon endings in here, it'd be shotgun chaos again. Arguably, Los Leones gives it a little bit more space to operate compared to all the cars and the littering. But look, sit back, relax. Hopefully you've recovered from game number 4. It's round number 5. It's Miramar. Let's go.
All right, chat. And just like that, we're back here for another round of Miramar here as the next match can commence. We are 4 matches in, the 5th finally here with another to come over the top of Miramar. We switched gears to the sand. We've seen the snow. We've seen the talk of Tago, the top, the bottom, the left, right, and center of Erangel. We've got to see so much water today that it's probably nice to have a little bit of desert in play.
I think that game broke the leaderboard, though. It's still not updated, guys. So that is not included in that madness. So once it is updated, we will have a look at it. For now, let's take it off the screen because we've got a hot drop coming in, and it looks like it's Fairy Tale and the feathers again. Nice flight path. Arguably, these guys have been going on it a few times over. Hopefully, at some point through this map, we'll be able to update that leaderboard. But for now, the fellas versus Fairy Tale yet again. It's the same consistency of a hot drop. Have a quick look at the map. There's no others due to fight. Fairy Tale this time don't leave a player out hanging. They are pretty tight. And then on the other side, it's the same here. The fellas, I think these two have agreed that this is their drop zone now. Monty, they'll be sharing it, but they won't be sharing the zone. It does go up quite late and up towards the north. And as you said, we're all dried out when it comes down to the water. We are seeing the north and northeast.
There it is. Finally getting a chance to see all land inside the first zone right here. Teams having a much better opportunity to select a, initial phase 1 spot to kind of position themselves, to kind of grab that information and hopefully not have as crazy negative. That does not mean that we won't have another crazy finish to the zone here, but a little bit more of a standard Miramar circle here. Going to give these guys a little bit more of a calm way to end the day. We've had our interests. We've got to enjoy it as a caster. We've got to enjoy it as the audience. And now the players going to kind of get that, a little bit more of, okay, here's home. Enjoy the last 2 games. Show us what you got here. And we'll throw maybe a wrench or 2 in the tire, but it looks like for now it's a matter of just playing some typical PUBG.
Yep, a couple of shotguns seem to be going into the back pockets of the players. It's a limited amount of time. Phase number 1 doesn't do as much damage as I give the leaderboard a refresh again. Still not updated. Jeez, yeah, benched heroes and Vorpal Swords. You broke it, lads. Looks like a couple of panzers. for Esports go for a quick rotation. Faze looking to do the same. I kind of feel like Vex is going for the same compound. Empties in. If he knows he's here yet, he's not going to. Oh my god, he's got no gear. Vex has got no gear and no idea he's sharing. Is he going to get some gear on? No, go the other way, Vex. Go the other way. Has he got a lid in here? He hasn't got a vest. He's down.
We'll see auto. I see a SKS in AT's hand. Oh, and that's all he needs.
Jeez.
Unfortunately for Vex, they're caught out. You know, you take the gamble, and they're in the center of the zone there for FaZe after a great match. That's an unfortunate loss right there, and you can see the rest of the team starting to pull up as well. So that's one on the board for Foot. FaZe losing one, and looks like GG's on the rotation, SSG on the rotation as well, still as we wait for the hot drop to commence with Fairy Tale and the fellas.
Yes, I'm going to message admin. Did the guys break the leaderboard? Oh, that game.
Round 16 does not exist. It was too crazy, too chaotic.
And again,
API can't keep up. We couldn't even tell who the winner was. So I mean, I don't blame you, API. It's okay. We were struggling there too.
I don't even know how to. Yeah, I had to wait for the logo to appear. Basically, that's exactly what it is. SSG. They do find themselves right on top of Strong T. Contenders at the end there. It's Cowboy, the young gunner. A very strong gunner as well. If you don't know who he is, definitely one to watch. Oh, unfortunately, Art just falls nicely. Molly goes around the outside. If he gets the connection on the Molly, he doesn't. He's trying to hold now. I think he'll be waiting for his boys to tighten up. They're on the car. Art needs to, I believe, back away, which he has done. He's used the hillside really well. That's a good play from him. I think he was running because he broke his car.
PUBG, you gotta love it. Stuck in a rock in a hard place, and that's about the best you can get it right there.
Okay, so most of the teams working their way in now. Interesting to see where question mark hold up. Do they stay where they are, or do they play out? For now, the Sandstorm has passed by. Fairy Tale and Feather still haven't kind of engaged just yet. And no, he's looking to unleash the Panther, but hopefully not onto himself. It'll be the first time this evening that we see a player get knocked. That was bad camera, and sorry, people. Needs to away. I think fellas think they're getting pushed by Fairy Tale. Fairy Tale feel like they're getting pushed by the fellas, and there's just this big standoff.
It's a matter of, like I said, you push me, I push you, and nobody's pushing anybody at this point. A couple of pop shots now sent out at the gas station to just get some explosions, and I guess something happened in here. But yeah, this one may be, like I said, as I coined the phrase from PUBG, the land loot leave situation here, and
take it.
We'll see it later on.
Ain't land loot survive anymore for scenes. I land, I loot, and I leave.
Land loot leave. We ain't trying to fight yet, okay? Just give me a second. I'm still thinking about it.
Love it, mate. I might even get that done as an emote for you, so you can have a special emote in chat. Land, loot, and leave. Ascend.
Love it, mate.
To try and send their way up the leaderboard, but they are moving in. They will know this is where these two teams land, and I think, because of the understanding of that and the understanding that nothing's really happened in the kill feed, no surprise, Ascend is having a little look over the top here. The fight hasn't commenced. Doesn't mean it's not going to commence. Both teams sort of spreading slightly as they are looking for the vehicles. Let's add another team into the mix. Mr. Mark,
right,
running the road, and Ascend are very disciplined on those shots.
I was to say he's peeking him, he sees him, but he has not given away position yet. Because I mean, I think yes, it's a free kill, but
I think
it's a hard kill.
Has he seen it? Maybe not. No, maybe it's that wide rotate. Oh, the gunshot starts happening. It's coming from above. Fairy Tale did go down to this angle before. Oh, there's a big freebie there. Maybe not.
Brex, you got to get that one.
Shot
back, push back, shots in the transfer, looks like from both. Koho now starting to get in line here, as again, he kind of sent the boys over there to do some scouting. There's opportunity for some kills. The first one comes through from Chris. He'll send it back up, kill it.
Oh, mate.
Let's say kill a guy, and the rest of the squad just kind of hanging tight for right now. Again, they said you get one, you get two, you get something out of this, but I'll say it's worth the stretch here right now. It's still phase 1, 2 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock, until we start to see, again, the damage come through from phase 2. So taking it out, grabbing some early kills here for Ascend. Again, they've gotten the 1, they've gotten the 2, and like I said, they've something better than nothing. They're now gonna, it looks like, opt to forfeit the fight here. But great play from Acend, nice read. And again, understanding that there wasn't too many shots right there, may be able to add a few more points here depending on how they decide to play this out. But it looks like Fairy Tale's got one on the wrap here, trying to catch Kilikai, maybe off by surprise here.
Don't forget, Mr. has been spotted by Acend, so there's no sneaky around, and I think they're trying to isolate him as the car comes in. They're throwing numbers towards him, so just tab him up quickly. They are sending the hands up.
No, he does not.
No, he does not.
Ooh, just shy. That was looking good.
That was perfectly lined up. He just didn't quite get the angle right. And it will now disengage. I think this is a cut and go. There's a wrap coming in from bright sides. Yes, Semboy is already gone. They are looking. I don't know whether they can get Rustamar back. I feel like the fellas should just go, do you know what, mate? Let's go on you. We will play this one out. That's might run go back on towards him. Let's go over. He goes over the top. Go on the right side of the wall for this one. And, looks like there's only 2.2 games to play. These guys are happy to take this one out.
Yeah, they'll set it in phase one here, fight to fight out. Basa, then again, we'll have one victor. Fairy Tale will probably take the opportunity to rotate away, maybe get a kill here on the Iro, as he's probably going to take a few pop shots on the FT rotating right there. But for now, the standoff, Sandstorm coming in as if the blue zone isn't enough. Let's add some Sandstorm to the mix right there. Iro does find the knock onto Pups right there. As the Panzerfaust comes alive right there, able to flush him out quick right there. So, fellas, grab another kill. Fairy Tale losing another player. And Fairy Tale now down to 2 here. And it's fellas and Acend both put 1 point on the board right there. As Koa's going to toss up the blue zone, add double the blue zone damage. We got just outside the fellas are. As there's Kilikai from the back, gets the first knock. As his spots out great to meet you. Blue zone coming in for both. Koa almost gets knocked himself. Michael pulls up. And unfortunately, the worst time for Koa to get caught with the first aid out there is Michael, hotter than ever, pulls up in the vehicle right there. It's Chris trying to defend from the back. That's done. Actually, if that was a lethal nade, not just a blue zone, that could have been detrimental for Michael.
It was a good nade, actually, from Chris. Looks like Michael's going to return the favour, but not quite. But yeah, confirm. Not just yet. It's Chris is down, though. Mr. Mark will put one down. Acend, despite being the third team here, might be the first team out. Down to both Koa and Kilikai now to try and get the defense and maybe get these res on. Koa is safe. He's waiting for that flush to come around the corner. And he does go for the shots, and the other Kilikai has missed the opportunity, but doesn't miss the second time as he lays to waste. Michael needs to get a med on. Should be able to do it in time. It's Chris. He's reservoir as well. Kilikai is the one really holding out here. And welcome back, Fairy Tale. They're back in the mix, but they're down to 1.
I'll say Iro says hello again, this time with the Mini 14, finding another Fairy Tale player. Hey, let's talk about the zone. There's a whole nother zone inside the blue here, where teams are starting to set up, figure it out, and we haven't even left phase 1 blue yet, and this is just where we're at. I guess 5 games in between our teams here, but there is still a whole nother zone with teams in it for the time being right now. We've got 3 teams fighting inside the blue, and it's Acend. Did get the res onto Chris, but now there is, looks like Kilikai to get knocked and flushed. Breck still fighting it out with 2 of the fellas across the way, and then Zubila going to probably have to forfeit that bleed out, leaving it all left to Brights.
Should be a cut and go now. They are going to med before they shoot. And the fellas have said no more. We are off to the pub. They are gone. There was that confirmed. So points done and dusted. Use Acend and Fairy Tale in one position. And I will take the opportunity to see if the leaderboard has even updated. And guess what? It still hasn't updated. Definitely broke. I'm sure the admins will get it fixed. Bless them. Lucky. I'd have to deal with the craziness that kind of unfolded at the end there. That was insane.
It's literally nuts. I mean, just so many points, just one after another. Team elimination after team elimination after team elimination.
Let's have a look at the obviously the leaderboard about the last game. Just to remind you guys and guys, if you have just joined back in, this includes everything up to the Vikendi, not the Tego map. So Vorpal Sword were there at the end, Faze were there at the end, Howl were give or take there at the end. Benched heroes were there at the end. And Bench took the chicken dinner as well. So super tight, actually. Got a few teams in that 100-point splits. Then we see that sort of space station down. In nice little holdout for them. Veritas, unfortunately, will fall now as Chris does end that fight. And a bit 89s, 81s, 80s. There's like a little free push in the middle, and then Acend on the 60s, and it is 60, 60, 60, high 50s, mid 50s, mid 50s, and then unfortunately the fellas on 44. Not really had the event they wanted, but please remember that does not include game number 4 this evening.
Yeah, man, the benched heroes just coming in huge for that game right there. Points, they should at least be sitting on 20, I want to say 24 points going off that game right there. And that's going to put themselves right in the talk with FUT in 4th place. You know, and again, coming off of the right-hand side of the leaderboard, they've put themselves in a great position right now. So we've seen kind of a different storyline build today here on the final day. Yes, we've seen Question Mark come through, build the story for them. Twist has been doing, you know, they put some points up. They've been here, but they are nothing like they were day 1, day 2. So it's kind of been, you know, again, other teams to talk about. And now with 2 games left to finish here, we see Twist still full 4 into phase 3 here. And again, as the day's not over just yet, we may start to see, you know, the rest of the story unfold as how it's been for day 1 and day 2. But here's BH with another opportunity, this time against Twist, to put some more points on the board. But for now, it just seems like we're thinking zone. We're going to find our way in as it looks like Extends to regroup with the rest of the squad down here at the compound.
Does go high as well, so very much down towards kind of that top side as we look at the zone. Now, leave. I think Cruz will be a hotbed still, so we might get that town end in Redline looking for that as well. T with a 2-2 split that gets torn apart by Mixie and Lucarux, so they're down to final 2. Howl hold the high ground by the graveyard. Pod needs to get in. Twisted Minds, give or take our in example, is in this sort of like crevice, but as he goes any further, it goes downhill from there in towards Phased. Bench heroes go for a wide split. Pod, as I said, are on their way in. We are seeing the fellas arrive, and so are Acend. Both those teams are down to a 2. So 14 teams remain. 3 of those teams, are duos. We have a solo in the heart of GG as well. Melman looks like he's holding out. I'm pretty sure he's a solo. He is keeping track of the kill feed correctly. And then, yeah, the rest of the teams arguing to fight for a little bit of space. Look at NAVI split. We saw this early event. NAVI with a wide split. It really worked out for them. They farmed a lot of information. There was a lot of feedback on Reddit and the Reddit post about how NAVI are looking good as well, quite wide split, and arguably looking really aggressive close from those mid to late games. I think they just hasn't fallen for them so far this evening. Maybe that's because of the crazy zones. Maybe that's because some of the zones they found themselves in it quite early. It hasn't really fallen that way for them on the other couple of days.
This time around, though, Morning, one of the only teams inside the north looks like they have a little bit of company coming in from Extends. But talk about some zone control. You have at least 12 of our teams on this southern end below the 50% mark of the south side of the zone. And there goes Acend, still trying to come in. Fellas set up a camp there. Looks like to get Acend out in 14th. Now down to 13 teams, but there's still so many teams in the southern part of the zone, the circle. NAVI will get a chance to just kind of survive as we watch Redline pick apart POD in the rotation here. They found Dante, they found Pin, and it's all left to Rocks. And again, they had, you know, some destruction start off there. There is actually Vicenti following as well, but still more teams. Now it's Vorpal Swords. It's the PWD coming in with some big knocks, and Hibaka with the finish. Rocks all left to survive. As there goes the vehicle, just ghosted its way to nowhere here. Rocks and POD unfortunately take some losses, down to 13 as the solo. We're now halfway through our first Miramar match here. Not as crazy as his own, Mark, but it's still been an interesting game to say the least.
That's the case. There we go. The Sauce
hey, how you doing?
Saying, hey, Diffix, mate, let me go first. Does T-pone him out slightly. And NAVI, obviously, that wider split, they had the opportunity on their centralized compounds, and now they collapse towards the center of zone. And young guy Diffix says, no, I will beat you there. And full pedal to the metal. Talk about pedal to the metal, how working their way in. Strong T down for a 2, and here comes the Wolf Pack. Grenade, though, comes up. Bit of splash damage, no knock, though. Howl looking to try and pick apart this quickly. Question mark on the outside edge here. Howl still going wider. That Molly, not as good as he wanted it to be. Now NAVI, safety in the compound. They're able to draw attention back and start farming some damage. Maybe get some kills and steals on the board.
There it is, opening up the door. Big spray from Call Me God. But it is Spiral, I want to say, from the back that actually gets the knock. So it will buy him some time for right now. QM fighting a good fight here from the back first. Now finding a knock with the nade. Util coming in. The stun dump is there, but already the confirm onto one of the Howl members. Another Util toss over in the direction, but Howl is using the smokes, using the vehicles for the coverage. As there's Ruin, find the knock there. A little bit of help coming from the outside. Redline doing a great job as a team right now to hold off the angles and make sure that, again, when one spray comes through, that the backside is covered. It's all left to Call Me God inside the building here for Strong T. Howl refusing to go inside the building just yet, but also avoiding the shots from QM on the outskirts. Stuns, unfortunately, himself, and has to worry about coming back for the push. Still just going to survive for right now. It is a matter of Howl coming in as a team in order to get this elimination. Stun for stun. Door's going to get closed. And it is still just kind of playing the defensive role right here. As in comes Howl. I want to say the charge is coming in. You should hear the Howl in the background. Smoke to buy some time. Util up and over the top. Did he get it placed right? No, it doesn't make its way down.
No, he just needs to focus back now. But Howl got time to pick him apart. Redline right, held on the outside edge. Nicely twisted minds. Fighting the pressure. T-Bone does go out. Vard is just in front and he goes down. The rest of the boys a little bit further away. I said, I've had a really good day today. See what they can do. They're normally quite dangerous as a duo. They've got to push forward now. Twisted minds though, losing number. Fectic's down. Empty puts him down.
Baby.
The final player. This example. You put some shots over the hill, but not too far away because Foot say goodbye. They're going to try and work this one out. But oh, that's a huge hit from Diffix though. Straight down, straight out. But Benched Heroes will put the point on the board.
Nicely done by AT. I don't know if he's going to be able to survive the blue zone as it hits the phase 5 there, but makes him in. Great fight from Fut right there. Puts the points on the board. Over to Strong T, still surviving inside the compound. Remember, Howl's just below. They've made the push. They've taken care of the outskirts. QM is still lurking in the distance here, peppering shots here, making it that much harder. A, for Strong T to survive, and B, for Howl to make the push. So it's a matter of, yes, you may win the fight inside the compound, but QM, I think, has alternatively the better position to end up in the late game here.
And Melman is still surviving as well. How many meds he's got? He's got 6. He could maybe get himself in. Needs to be cautious. Needs a lid as well. Strong T put the smoke down the bottom here because you kind of catch people's heads above the smoke before they see him. So he's just trying to look for anyone kind of push. They've got the shotguns. Trying to do anything he can to try and delay the Howl push, but with the smoke dissipating, with no more util in his back pocket, arguably it's a matter of time before we see the Howl move their way in and pack up towards this one. Phase number 5, it's got 3 seconds to go before we see it start working. In question mark, eventually when the fight kicks off, they will start moving in. That's a good shout though, can't get out that window. Tries again, but Howl say no, the giddy was just too wide, couldn't get through the window frame.
Unfortunately, the wide body not making it through the skinny frame of the window there. Going to cost them the point right there. 10 teams, 28 players into phase 5. As we do have the zone start to come through. Fut is still surviving. 5 more first aids. He's going to run into Lucarix eventually here as Melman as well. The other gladiator here in the blue. Going to pull the first aid off and should be able to walk into that next zone right there. 2 solos. Playing on the outskirts of the zone could have a huge impact in the later stages of things, but for right now, matter of keeping your head down.
He's gonna get away with it as well. Sound cues no more. He can out crawl. Doozy will be right above him now. Arguably, if Doozy jumps at the right time, might get caught on this split. But no, Melman rolls the PUBG dice, and he's still looking good. Lucarix will deal with Enzi as he comes towards him. 10th place there for FUT Esports. Difficulty zones, it is pushing back towards Cruise as it normally does, and NAVI pushing their way out. Hello, my bad, straight on form, and Howl already tucking in. Oh, he pops up and over and sees, hey, there's a NAVI squad pretty close to us right now. That's good.
Hey guys, how you doing? Let me leave you with a nade here. Dropped on. Unfortunately, NAVI stopped dead in their tracks. Will avoid the knock. Another util up in the face of Fayrist. He catches that one with his hand, but unfortunately can't toss it back in time. That was going to be a GG's for NAVI. Another toss comes through as Sos gets knocked. BH pulls up in the fight as well. As they do get Leosh off to the side right there. The secondary angle is great, but now it's all left to Diff here on the anchor. Can he hold off the flushes? The flushes already come through. Hello, my bad. Takes care of those quick. Leosh gets the pickup as the nade looks huge. He's got him carried up back. Gets the knock on to G-Drox. But there is enough of the ridge here. No, another one comes in. Oh my lord, Diff, do you have one more? This could spell it, and that was it. A little bit too shy. Diff almost destroys BH on some util use right here, and now they're opting to go for both reses here. Looked a little scary for our bench squad, but man, are they looking good or what?
Yeah, they could push, good hold. I think they popped up over the top and was like, oh, let's some players all right beneath us, and let's take the fight. Melman still alive, crawling the wall. A bit of a bigger chunk now to take off. Redline obviously they'll foot, so they've got a kind of a 2-1 split now where they can look back this way, as now we are losing this sort of southeast corner. Divix though goes for a full send. He does have a vehicle, so straight into the heart. Kind of feel like you're going to put up at the shack and just remain. Don't go in the window, go the other side. He does. Vorpal Sword already leaving the town, so they opted for that rotate, following in the early rotate that they actually picked apart. Should do quite well. Fellas, down to solos as well. It's difficult. The zone continues to retract back to sort of east, and gonna wait and see. 9 teams, 21. It's not going to be as high numbers, I suppose, at the end game here, CC, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's just kind of one of those games where we've kind of grown to love the long-range fight of Miramar right now, which, again, you're getting all this kind of, I don't want to say third party, but, again, if you know where the teams are at and you can keep the information going, this is going to start to flow in your direction here. Teams from the outskirts, picking apart teams on the rotation. As we are looking at here on the east side, we've got QM, we've got the solo Melman here just pulling out the Rambo moves, trying to get into QM's territory here. Howl finally steps in to give a little bit of assistance. May open the door for Melman. He's got some playfield, as Mark's starting to highlight right here, for him to get him. But down to the bottom, Redline also paying some attention to the smoke line here. So it seems to be that Melman's days are numbered. As then comes the nade. Spyro finds that one. If not, Mixie was going to have one there as well. So GG's to the GG squad right there. It's Navi now in the center of the zone, as Diffix still up and fighting for some points right now, at least able to find himself a spot now for the zone. But BH, understanding the assignment, will eventually come into play here.
I kind of like what he's done. He's moved the car out. Code Marco's been blue zoned into next tournament. Kind of like what he's done. He's moved the car to a position he can use now, so he can come out, he can take some shots off of the car and go back into the hard cover. He's trying to generate more angles. When you go into a shack like that, there's only so many places you can peekaboo out, right? So you either put the shields down, you either put the smokes out and try and run out. I like it. He's moved the car to a position he can try and make something happen. I wouldn't be surprised that we're going to see more and more pressure coming his way, but that's what I mean. Like he's got a wall kind of now on the outside. He does have a giant beacon on top of it as well, but I think arguably he's in a really good position. If bench heroes have to push, he can maybe at least take the fight on his toes.
And it looks like for now, like I said, bench heroes, I don't want to say scared to take the fight, but strategically waiting to when they have to pull this this move. And it looks like after that phase 7 shift, now going to be the time either they take the compound or decide to rotate elsewhere. There's Howl trying to take the fight with VS. 2 kills on the board, one for Habako and the other one for PWD. It looks like just that BH is going to make this opportunity.
Right,
the Ocean Hella, my bad. Anchoring util is perfect.
Right,
and it extends to finally finish him off there with the MK12. So Difference does do some different things to try to stay alive there, but unfortunately for NAVI, it's just cut short. BH is looking really, really good right now, and after taking care of 3 members, they had that 4 still to deal with. And, you know, again, playing PUBG, you get that squad wipe, you take 3, you always are, you know, you're hungry for that 4th player right there, and that's exactly what BH does. They go, they get the rest of their dinner there, and they're able to eliminate NAVI there in 6th. 5 teams now remain, getting us into, you know, a little bit more of QM again inside the top 5. Consistent. We've got Twist gone and out. We've got the Vorpal Sword still swinging. But we've got 2 of the other heavy hitters in question marks territory down and out for the count here. So this is starting to open the door yet again for Basilisk, Duji, and Spyro here.
Yep, I can tell you what we don't have. That's the leaderboard still. Does pick him up. Let's get shot back. Spyro lays to waste. Lucarux now needs to try and get in or get the res. Limited amount of time. Looks like he's going for the nade. He wants to go for the aggressive stance. Nade does come short. Spyro is just now going to try and hold the outside. That's a good nade, though. Lucarux will get that confirmed. Spyro is going to panzer him from distance. That would be an outstanding panzer if he lays him.
I'll say no way he blind fires this panzer through the smoke.
I'll do it.
Oh, I didn't do it then.
Gonna go the other way with it, maybe.
Sneaking is going to spot out Luca, spots the head, goes for the shots. Shots look great from Spyro. Now switching to the Panther. The jump shot.
Let's go. Unfortunately, didn't land. He will take 4th place, though. Faze up here as well. But it's a 3 versus 2 versus 2. 2 at DBNO. And I think they're unresable. It's the case. 3 more kills on the board. And it looks like Vorpal Sword is back.
10 kills, baby, on the board right now, but Faze has them spotted out. They are the last 2 members alive on both squads. It's Faze versus Vorpal Swords, and the Faze looked great. The teamwork was there. We've got Corexi and Gustav still alive against Hibako and the Crazer. I don't know who's got the better position. I mean, Faze is a little bit arguably more inside the zone, but the Vorpal Swords kind of have, like I said, this ridge to work with. Yeah.
Great move. Great move. Crexy pops that fakey smoke. He goes. He sees the opportunity now to move. Tightens his way up to Gustav. He knows if he was left there, it'd be difficult. Now, it won't take long for Vorpal Sword to realize he's not there anymore, but it's allowed Faze to put the pressure on and now maybe try and contain out our Vorpal Sword team. So double nade, though, comes in. They've got to launch out some util back.
Spots him out over the top. Shots are coming through. The nade, the fire from both sides. The trade is there. It's Gustav versus Hibako. Hibako with next to no HP. The stun's over. The second one is there. The third as well. Hibako with the peek. The first aid has came through. The nade now in the hand of Hibako is going to deny that information as he goes for the flush. Nade a little bit shy, but does do some damage. Corexi comes in. Hibako with the perfect time for the first aid. He peeks up, pulls over, and he's going to eliminate Faze Clan there. Vorpal Swords with a huge victory. 22 points with 12 kills there on our first match for Miramar.
Good game. First map done. It means it is our time to try and fix the leaderboard. Lego's still not there. It's generally bust up. So we need to wait for it to appear. Good hold. Vorpal Sword played into that terrain. It was quite mad. Cruise is always a hot spot or a hotbed for a lot of zone style endings. Doesn't always go in towards Cruise, but definitely around the outside. I definitely feel like if we had a heat map around it, we'd have a lot of endings there. Vorpal Sword held their own. I don't take anything. Faze, outstanding move. Like, left the area. Actually gave you the opportunity to get pretty tight. 2-2 ending, really good. Not really much more else to say, right, about Miramar. It was a quite calm game compared to what we've had.
Comparative, like I said, in comparison to what we've seen here, day 3. Yeah, not so much, but I mean, Vorpal Swords, double digits in the kills. They finally found that momentum. And I think that's the biggest thing to take away from there. So we're talking the top 3. We started off talking today, Vorpal Swords. It was kind of like, all right, these guys are they going to do it? They got to catch up. They've got NAVI. They had question mark, and then again, now they really have question mark because of the consistency these guys have put on. And it's just maybe not the craziest game, but still there is a lot in that top 4 leaderboard to talk about, that just continues to kind of shake things up here. And this really does show you, again, the level. I mean, normally, like I said, I'm used to coming in comps with you, Mark. Like I said, and there's a team that's right there up here. They're past the mark. These guys have kept it consistent. They've kept it interesting every step of the way, and it's been a great VIKÜRVI Vikendi for sure.
It has been a great 3 days, but unfortunately, it's our time to have a last break. Before we come back, it is our last game, game number 18 on the board. It's going to be another Miramar. Could be another hot drop special. Stay tuned. See you guys in a few.
If they could, they probably should. Oh yeah. I left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. Left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. I ain't coming back. If they could, they probably should. Oh yeah. I left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would.
I was caught up in a situation, could've gone real bad. I just took a long vacation, no doubt left none of them mad. I left the hood, I said I would, so I'ma get mine and I won't feel bad. If they could, they probably should, but most man end up in a team and bad. I was caught up in a situation, could've gone real bad. I just took a long vacation, no doubt left none of them mad. I left the hood, I said I would, so I'ma get mine and I won't feel bad. If they could, they probably should, but most man end up in a team and bad.
Left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. I ain't coming back. If they could, they probably should. Oh yeah. I left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. Left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. I ain't coming back. If they could, they probably should. Oh yeah.
I left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would.
I was caught up in a situation, could have gone real bad. I dipped, took a long vacation, no doubt left none of them mad. I left the hood, I said I would, so I'ma get mine and I won't feel bad. If they could, they probably should, but most man end up in a team and bad.
I was caught up in a situation, could have gone real bad. I dipped, took a long vacation, no doubt left man of them mad. Gone. I left the hood, I said I would, so I'ma get mine and I won't feel bad. Nah, if they could, they probably should, but most man end up in a two-man pad. Left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. Ain't coming back. If they could, they probably should. Oh yeah. I left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. Left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. Ain't coming back. If they could, they probably should. Oh yeah. I left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would.
And I've had better nights of sleep. In the dark, you're my only friend, the only one to truly depend on. And I finally feel free. I feel like
It's time. It's the final game. Sad. I don't like it when we have our final game, but the flight path is not too bad. The southeast up towards the northwest, and unfortunately, I can confirm that leaderboard is slightly bust. We are missing takeover. The Miramar has been included, so we're only missing one game, by the way. So we've already messaged. The admins are on it. They're talking to try.gg. They're so good anyway, so they'll be on it. Worst case scenario, they're manually add them and we'll get a final score. We might not get all the kills and steals unless there's a tiebreak, and the guys will just do the quick maths. We don't need to keep informed on that one. What we do need to know, -1 game, question mark, store hold up, a Vorpal Sword closing down. That was a good Miramar for them, and arguably the missing game wasn't too bad either. They didn't get the chicken dinner, but they got some kills on the board. Just in mind's now down in third after storming their way to the top, and after day number 2, they're falling their way down. NAVI, 30 Sports working up as well. Redline eager to catch up as well. Bench Heroes doing well after they stole that Tego, which broke it, and Spacestation Gaming still holding on to that left-hand side. Looks like we've got a hot drop again, as we got Fairy Tale and our fellas going at it, and it is kind of game 6 antics, because we do see it's Chris. Get the damage on correctly. Jeez.
Sheesh. It's happening. It is game 6 energy, baby, coming in from the top here. But we've seen a little bit more of a stalemate. FT fellas last time. Maybe they watched, a little bit of the last map there to see kind of how things went right, where they went wrong, and maybe they're able to kind of make something better out of the situation here. But right now, a lot of scouting here. You can see Fairy Tale's kind of caught in between the players here of fellas. So fellas definitely have the angles, but Fairy Tale has the power in numbers. There's a few shots from the pop of the mutant. Still nothing really to connect, but it looks like it's a little bit more aggressive this time around as far as the fight goes. They've got some earlier shots here. They understand Fairy Tale was kind of on one side last time and fellas on the other this time. They really do have kind of Fairy Tale pinned inside of the center of Monty here.
It's already starting to kick off. Big Bonnet is on the defensive at the moment, but it is a dangerous fight. It looks like they haven't got the Faze, and the teams are starting to work their way in. That's a last game, and I still can't get over how many great endings have we actually had.
Yeah, it's been a day, man. It's been a day to be a caster, to be a player, to be in the audience, man. It's been at least 4 to 5 games, I'd say. There were some pretty crazy endings there, to say the least. Now we're on a match number 6 here, where again it's Miramar, so nonetheless, like I said, it's interesting. It's something to say. And now here comes the push, the shotgun. It's ready to unload. That's out the first victim. The Molotov comes there, actually from the side. Michael.
What? No way. He shot it out of his hand. He was like, no way, you're not throwing that molly towards me, and put the fire down in between the two of them. Oh, bright side goes down. The off angle comes in. They're pushing forward. The Uzi drop shot, baby, but he didn't get the flush out, and the fellas go rolling in. Michael is down. Rustamar be rezzed. They're going to be a little bit over 3, but arguably is a lot more of a quicker, I suppose, hot drop. Howl now move for NAVI. NAVI get the first one here, so they're trying to work his way down as well. Now all out. Good shot, so doesn't quite get the connection to start with. Does get the secondary. Now plays peekaboo out the door, and he wasn't ready. Runa goes down, and the Howl, as soon as they arrived, is just as quick as they left.
Soast and Diff, man, just
Correct.
tear them apart. Hakatori can't even pull up to the party to get involved before it's done. The damage now secures them a central position inside the zone as Ferris pulls back. Looks like he may have some attention coming in from GG here.
There's a bit of attention there. Trying to go back to their compound, and GG taking the compound back off of them. So, they cut loose and they give up their area. They have to try and back. I actually kind of like that NAVI going for that split and pilot their drop zone, right, CC. So, GG rolled in like, oh, we see you making the push towards Howl. Oh, you're sending all your players. Okay, we'll take your compound away from you then.
That's it. They take the opportunity to grab themselves a nice golden position on top of the zone here. And now looking, like I said, they are going to be able to play into the late game. We see this, again, the early rotation pay off time and time again. We see the full send, the full crash. And like I said, NAVI defends one crash, Basa, in order to, fulfill another one here. But again, you can only hold so much retail inside the center of this zone. And giving that this is, again, no water in play, you know, again, now that we're on Miramar.
For first.
You know, I mean, come on. Like I said, teams are just happy that they can find a compound that isn't the coast, that isn't some bed of rocks, you know, on Arendelle here. So it's, again, just kind of getting that normality back into PUBG here.
Oh my days. Imagine losing 5-0 to Bournemouth. You're only 54 minutes in. Saka, you're terrible. Bournemouth's a good team, mate. Faze unfortunately down to the solo player now. Gustav lurking him. Some of the teams that are well out the opportunity to get money. Don't forget, this is an event for money. Top 5 will take some money. Oh, Gustav tippy-toeing his way in. T-Bone says, what the hell is a player doing there?
Nice little spot. Third-party shots actually coming in from the side. I want to say did some damage to Gustav as well. There he is. He is going to spot the opportunity. Shots on to AT there. Does connect one. Switches over to the Mini 14. Is traded shots back and forth. Vard from the back should be able to catch this off angle, and there it is. Vard from the side will eliminate the last member of Faze. Gustav to fall. Faze out in 14th. Again, they were kind of out of the money at this point. They had themselves 2 great games today, but just at this point, this late in the game, unfortunately, we're kind of caught out of the money. Faze, GG's to you boys. See you guys hopefully in the next roundabout, but we are now 13 teams remaining in the final match here of the VIKÜRVI Seasonal.
It's the final map. It's Chris has pulled up. He's pulled up right on top of Redline, and I'd say we're going to have Nalep already spotting him. He's right there. Maybe Mixie has picked him up. That tree? That tree might just block him.
In the way.
Sees the car. Yeah, so I think that arguably he's seen him. The team's still working their way in. SSG, I don't know what they're doing. They're playing Destruction Derby over here. Off might just hit the tree. He's looking for the big play on the maps. SSG work their way now in from El Pozo as the crew roll deep. Strongly the same. Question mark coming in the same as well.
Yep.
Kentera actually has been taken a few times here by Twisted Mind, so too bad. Don't forget, guys, all your clips you've been taking on Twitch, they go straight to our YouTube feed, and some of them are going live as we are live as well. So if you want to see if your clip's up there, get over to that YouTube channel, !YT, or when ask them the mods, they will send you a link over. I can tell you the Dago one just went up there. So we'll have to wait and see. Caro's taken one as well. I don't think that one's queued just yet. Oh, it's Chris gets caught. Oh, Nalep unable to get those final connecting shots onto him.
Looking good so far. Defensively, as far as Acend goes, they've got the anchor from Chris. They've got the pull up there from the 3 members. And now should be able to at least hold tight on the compound right now. Phase 1 still coming in. A little bit quieter of a game. Like I said, it's weird to have some, talking time. It's weird to, have something that's not the zone to talk about and actually watch these teams commence their battle plans here. Finally, at the end of the day here, we're starting to slow down, and as we slow down, there's still players that are looking to ramp up and looking to keep their points flowing. We still have plenty of opportunity in the top side of that leaderboard to shift, to transition, again, to put the money in the hands of different orgs here, but still Redline and Acend just kind of popping a few shots at one another. Nothing really to gain except for 1 or 2 kills here. They're not really going to do the full send. They're not going to take the crash. It is still phase 1, so more or less it's a power of position now.
It's power of position, and the position for the leaderboard still nil point. No Tago just yet. So let's assume we're going to go to the end without a missing game, but we'll keep an eye on it. And as I said, worst case, they'll fix it all on Discord. This is a well-organized event, and it's on weekly at the moment, so they're being sure to get all the scores on the doors before they make any payment out. It is beginning 2024 season. Like the update, read the update from PUBG Esports, and I like the change they're making when it comes down to the maps for ranked, and obviously they made an indication that they're not looking to put Destin and Rondo into esports this side of the year. I know we spoke about it earlier. I just can't see Destin in esports. I can see Rondo. Rondo feels esportsy, but they've obviously made a confirmation that this first half of the year you're not going to see those maps. So we're going to be going in maybe with the same sort of style set. Be interested to see if they mix it up regarding the numbers of games. Maybe I wouldn't mind seeing 2 Vikendis or 2 Tagos. I know I talk about it far too much, but I'd like to see kind of those back-to-backs maybe But we have a Vikendi day. Maybe we'll have a Tego day.
It would be very, yeah, it'd be a lot nicer for teams to kind of get that engagement on too. You know, say again in a 2-day or a 3-day event to kind of rotate back and forth. Yeah, maybe one day have 2 Tegos, one day have 2 Vikendis, and then you know on the final day you can do a 1v1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's interesting when they're one apiece, though, right? Because they're kind of high risk, high reward games. Whereas if it's kind of back to back, you kind of have like a game plan for it. So, I'm not saying I haven't got game plans for the individuals, but I definitely feel you'll play it differently if you have 2 of them.
Yeah, I mean, you get the chance to react, you know, and learn on the same day rather than kind of, you know, go to bed, wake up the next day, and it's almost like, you know, where you're starting fresh again. Yes, you have some knowledge from yesterday, but a lot of times the zones are different. There's nothing similar about it. When you kind of run the same day, it does give you a little bit more strength as far as, you know, the comprehension of the map and the overall understanding. But, you know, it's good nonetheless to get 2 different maps. So, you know, we won't complain there. But, yeah, I think, you know, even as a player, too, just to get 2 back-to-back maps as we see, you know, Aaron Gale, and then we go to, you know, our 2, you know, flippers right there. But, you know, you see 2 Aaron Gales, you see 2 Miramars. It'd be nice to see 2 of any other given map as well.
Go on, launch that nade. He's heard Page. He does get Roth, though.
Huge
Great
nade.
Great nade. He's heard Roth. Obviously, he heard the cast, so that's where Roth went. I thought he would have heard Page. I thought he was going to throw this second nade out, but it doesn't quite go that way when it comes down to the end of it. So, yeah, can't complain.
We're looking at
Look at the ankles.
I was saying we're looking at some of our top teams though, Mark, in the middle of that zone, actually kind of securing up them, you know, the zone. I see Twist in there, Navi still up and kicking the foot to the side over there, but QM in a beautiful position. 2 of our top teams fighting for first and second are in a beautiful place to end this game here. But for right now, it's SSG getting into it with T, spotting out some good shots, just hanging around. Will flush out one after getting the knock. Now in a 1v1, spots out, call me God. Trying to get the first aid off behind the vehicle right there. There is just 1 member left up, all in the back. He's in the blue, spotted out. There goes the tires for his escape plan. It's now the last member alive, stuck inside the blue, and Spacestation Gaming has his number.
He's lucky enough for him. It's phase number 2, so he might get away with a little bit longer. Let's go look at that zone. So we did lose one of the Redline players. So they are down to their solo. Acend are looking to try and get as much as they can. Its Cowboy does end it. So GG's on that front there. Twisted Mind still hold a 2-2 split. We have no more Howl, but they'd normally be in that sort of Cantera area. GG's collapsed. NAVI still with the split. Benched Heroes and Foot. They're kind of finding out the Impala drop as well. So it's not a bad start to this kind of a late mid-game. Esports are eager to sort of chip away at this one. Looking to try and get it. It's quite a hard push. It's a bit of open train. Still a lot of opportunities, and more importantly, Faze can shift.
Looking good right now. Foot on 3 kills. Now holding up against BH. BH having 2 back-to-back great games right there. So definitely going to be a good fight on all fronts right there. As you can see, G-Drox on the backside right there. Actually spotted out AT with a nice read right there. Almost knocked from the side, but able to spot out the danger. Extends it a little bit further. Maybe we see some help from the bottom side of Foot right there. T-Bone, you know, maybe getting off angle here, able to find G-Drox. He's kind of heading in that direction here. So it looks like if he's not careful, may give the angle over to T-Bone, but T-Bone definitely send it. I don't see him. So, you know, good comms coming through, allowing AT to kind of make this, you know, ill-informed push, but, you know, definitely getting some sort of information. Should be able to get it in the backfield. There goes Redline, Killikai, and the rest of Acend able to finish off Lucarux. I mean, now 11 teams moving forward into next phase. Phase 3 coming alive. Shots in the backside. G-Drox does take some damage, but is able to step up and over the hillside. Now in the building care for the support from the squad.
It's difficult. He's kind of left alone. Phase 3 has left this area. It's gone very aggressive to the west-hand side. So Acend will maybe work their way back in towards Lost Leons. We do have the fellas up on the high ground, that kind of crow's nest area. GG obviously took that compound away. Navi going to collapse, maybe even still potentially hold a 2-2 split. Question mark, find themselves in that little dip. But with Twisted Minds not really getting too much pressure from other teams, they're able to kind of play peekaboo over the top. Effectix though coming down. They are playing with the coach. Mark is down as the coach for the team. Question mark, leave the coach behind. Like, right, you go back to coaching, we've got this. And they go full send away.
Nicely done by QM. I think, again, had they stayed in that position any longer, yes, was going to be absolute chaos. So Coach is down and out, but now, again, you kind of get the over-the-head view. You can switch in between your players. You know, sometimes a coach's dream in an event like this to kind of be able to dictate players' moves and have their point of view right there. So we'll see if QM's able to capitalize. Here in the final game, it's QM versus Twist. Twist kind of following the fight here. They want to get this over. They understand that once they deal with QM, they basically have the game in their lap right now. So they're chasing, they're sending, and they're following QM to the destruction. Little do they know they've got GG's lying in wait. And SSG maybe with the potential to get in. A doozy first fall, crazy. Open the door. Now QM down 2 players here. Maybe getting some third-party help from GG's is going to buy QM a little bit more room inside the zone. As I said, SSG's in. Cowboys going to find Spyro. There is just one member left up for QM. And after a great day, after everything going in QM's favor, the last match just starting to fall apart slowly but surely as Besto is the last left alive inside that blue smoke there.
Is unfortunate for him. But I have to wait and see. Bit of a guesstimation. But for now, I have to wait and a little bit more. Looks like for Esports though, coming from behind. Cantera, if it ends in Cantera, it's very, very dangerous. Like, very dangerous. It depends on the outside edge. Acend going for a full push here. Good nade. That nade back to Kilikai. Should get that confirmed. Oh, it doesn't. It gets a knock. Question mark, unfortunately, do go down. So is down, and Kilikai is that Romanian player now for Acend. He's had to really tuck into the rocks. The high ground's really punishing.
So they have an idea where he's at.
I think this is the end. This is the end. Molly, don't want to go out of that. Oh, he's going to be able to dodge it. He wants to play peekaboo, but nah, fella's not going to allow it. Acend will take 10th place. It's really unfortunate for them. And not been able to make it really work for them in this last day. GG's hunkering down. NAVI still holding the split. Vorpal Swords. They might be steamrolling now to get some points on the board. Spacestation Gaming, they go down. Good event from Space Station. Not as strong as last week, but for the final day, we'll be showing that. Oh, NAVI already in the position. There's 1, there's 2, there's 3, there's 4. Vorpal Sword, wave good night. You had a good evening. We've got to wait on that Tego game to find out where you're going to end up. But question mark, twisted minds, all teams eager now to ensure you go down the money pool.
Man, 2 teams, like I said, that really could have used this game to, you know, again, solidify their points, solidify their chance to be in the money here. NAVI with a huge door opened to get themselves back inside the top 4, top 5 talk, as Twisted Minds should have an even bigger opportunity to take the game away from QM. Again, we're waiting on the leaderboards. We're kind of doing mental math, so we're kind of just playing it.
Just update. Jinxed it.
But
it's up. It's
up. We have an update. Maybe we can get some sort of mental clarity here, as I know I'm kind of wondering where things are standing here. So the update's there, Mark. I'll let you talk us into it.
Let's see if it goes live now. It does go live now. No, it's not. It's going to update. So it will update in a second. I'll just bump it back out again. Did it just bump out?
It did.
Yeah, it did there. There you go. So question mark though, 157 Vorpal Sword are now out of 151. 141. 10 points is what question mark need to do to get themselves in front of Vorpal Sword. NAVI also looking for the same sort of number on the other side. So it's a strong hold in. Let's get back into the action now. Thank God, Twire is updated and fixed.
Yes. Right before the final fights and the final moments of the night here, we know Twist needs 10. Twist has done a great job so far. They've got some points on the board. They're inside the top 8, so the placement's starting to come alive. And not only that, they've had 2 of the top competitors dealt with. Question mark, can't do anything further from here. And neither.
Look what he's trying to put down. No.
Oh, no, he gets it down.
He might put it back in the car. He's put it back in the car. So you know that car has got a mortar stuck in it at the moment. So fellas down to their final player. Phase number 4. Let's get in front of that blue, and he's going to do that, but in towards the eyesight maybe a pod. No, pod are focusing back the other way, maybe. They are. That does mean this mortar might be out. Oh, it is out. I can hear it. It's already launching. There you go.
What's up? It's over.
Right distance, but not the right angle. I wonder if they've got anyone calling this one out. Should have. It's going too far, that one. That was too far as well. I can hear it whistle past. Store way too far. closer. If they've actually got the distance, I think it's as close as it can go.
Yeah, so I think he's honestly got to dial back as close as he can with that
no,
last
he's got
one.
the
There it
distance.
is.
But I think he spent them.
That should be
Hakatori
4
going to
of
res.
4.
But yeah, unfortunately, GG don't able to pick up that mortar strike. No trigonometry. Wait and
It's
see.
like the attempt, though. It's a nice setup there for the end game.
Take it all day.
Cha.
Right, so you guys have just started the game. We're 20 minutes in, so about 20 minutes you'll see the leaderboard.
At least coming into the match for you guys will have that leaderboard coming in, so it should make the watch that much more worth.
You'll be ahead of us,
You guys will
technically,
be
because we'll be waffling like we have no idea, which technically in the future we didn't have any idea, but now we're back in the past 20 minutes, we now know. So, yeah, it's
And if
PUBG.
you don't know, now you know.
Yeah, can't say the next bit.
Okay.
That'll be bad. Pod, different angle to hold here. Twisted Minds, though, do still hunker down. It's 10 points they need. It's 2. They've got 8 remain left. There are enough points on the board to be had. And we've got 25 players remaining. Plus, we are in the points pot as well. So, a chicken dinner. And now, I can't remember if Vorpal Swords even picked up a kill on this round. But they are going to be chasing. This could be the difference between making some money and not making money. So unfortunately for the fellas, they've not had the best event. Good showing, but it seems to have been down and out.
Yeah, I mean, with them playing the way they have some really good fights. They have some really good moves. I just wonder, kind of maybe to watch back a few VODs here, but I think that's a team that has potential that could do a lot more than what they're giving. For right now, like I said, it just kind of seems to be they're playing to play, right? I mean, they're enjoying themselves. They're having a great time, but the fights they win sometimes, I'm just like, this team has potential.
Trish messaged me. For some reason, that map was invalid. I go, Trish, you should have seen it. You would put it invalid. Oh, what a spray. Looks like Beamy does end it, though. And now comes more U2 in. Bench heroes trying to extend themselves out to try and stop Foot, but they're already there waiting. Need to all go back. And looks like they're going to edge their way around. The smokes are being defended out. They only have a limited amount of time because T-Bone and Vard will punish both of these players, all 3 of these players, sorry, that sit into the crevice. Looks like the nades are now starting to roll in. Any more can potentially end this one. Inkty is right on the doorstep of Benched Heroes. Looking to try and make the extension. Another smoke will go forward. That will allow Beamy to get maybe a bit of a Kobe into the mix of it. That is in the mix. He doesn't quite get the confirm or the knocks needed. Another one will come out outside edge of blue, just guesstimating where the players might be playing. No connection either. Bench Hero store remain. You kind of look at the positioning of Foot Esports though. They've got the high ground. Bench Heroes are going to need to spend their smokes in order to get out of this one, and at the moment, they're pushing them forward. They're not pushing them up towards the high terrain on the sides. Inti plays Peekaboo though. Let's go around the outside. Does pick up one. Just needs to get the final player though. It's going to go down to that final player. Head of my bag goes on the inside. That's the danger side here. Needs to be cautious. Spray goes round. Could potentially get a res or get himself out of there. But no, let's get a point on the board at least. The zone's coming in. Phase number 6. Get the smokes. Get them out. You've got to get shifted now. Share the love. The benched heroes are going to put 2 on the bench. I suppose he's got the jammer pack. He might get this, because of how slow the zone's moving in. But Foot Esports say hell no. T-Bone is there. Goodbye. Good night. Benched heroes who broke the leaderboard. They will now say goodbye and out. Feathers soon to rain as well. 5 teams remain. 18 players left on the battleground. And their kills that Twisted Mind really, really need. Or it's a chicken dinner they got to play for here.
Way to keep that bench warm today. Bench warmers, like I said, that was definitely a great day for you guys, and again, a couple of good games. Thanks for breaking the API, but it's back. We at least have a final leaderboard here to talk about once the day concludes. NAVI still up, Twist still up towards the top. 2 teams who really need the final moments of this match to count for something here, and there is still a lot of points to grasp. Everything is kind of at the horns right now as we watch Dante take a couple of peeks.
Oh my days, Dante. Jeez.
What a shot coming out from Dante with the peak again, the strongness and the one-tap snapper of the Dragonov there. There's Cutie. And some big shots for GG.
Go down.
Ooh, smacked by the vehicle. Presenti, unfortunately, was presented with an option. Dante is going to take advantage of that one right there.
Right. Oh my. What's with the nades? They made a rubber. That should have been
And
a
that's what I'm
knock.
saying, they're not doing nothing.
That one comes in. There we go. That one. Maybe it's just a one duff. As the another nades come in. Pin might try and get the res. Navi looking to try and get some kills as well. We are seeing Hakatori come round in that little tree. Won't provide much cover. And here comes a nade. Pin pulls the pin on one. He moves forward in between the duo nade from Navi. The one comes through the middle. Store not doing the damage. The smoke providing the cover. Navi taking the shots through the middle. He runs close enough to a nade, but runs just shy of it. Alia surely going to go in the 4th, 5th, 6th nade. Eventually we'll end it now. It's a 4 versus 3 versus 3 versus 1. Twisted Minds need the chicken dinner to go up the point split.
Nice nade. Just past him. Hakatori, unfortunately, will not fall right there as he avoids the splash damage coming out from the nade. Switches to the Mini 14. Only about 100 shots in between both weapons there as Twist starting to eliminate Fut. Fut's been having a great final match on Miramar, but Twist not going to let them continue the Fut forward as it is now a knock for knock here. It's one player left alive on the outskirts of the zone. Twist starting to control every bit of the zone, but there is still 3 Navi players left alive and willing to fight here. GG still with 1, and there's the final member of Fut eliminated. T-Bone down, Alia down. Our top 2 teams, Twist and Navi, again, with the most amount of points to count for something. 10 kills for Navi. And then Twist has had, I think, what, 4 or 5?
5.
To put themselves on. 5 kills for Twist. And remember, they only needed 10 points to close that gap, so it should be done and out. Every point from here on out is just going to be icing on the cake.
Well, technically it's done, right? The placement, even if they tab out now, I think they want to try and ensure they work their way up. So I think Twisted Minds at the moment is $120. They should be in that 2nd place spot as we stand at the moment. Rest of the teams are Navi. Where's Navi? Navi's close, but I don't think they're close enough. 122. They need a big game. They need 141 points to pick up. Actually, arguably, no, they need 151 points, but I don't know exactly what Vorpal Sword put in, so I have to wait and see. I kind of feel like Twisted Minds have done enough now to get themselves a little bit more money in their back pocket, and Navi, I think, will be left remaining as to where they are. $70. If you just to remind everyone, the prize pool does $500, 170 for first, 120 for second, 90, 70, and 50. Hakatori will get Perfectix though. Sauce making a play in the middle. Crazy Lou will put down 1. He swaps over to the secondary. He lays some shots down. Needs 1 more. He gets that final one. The final player from Navi comes in. And it's going to be Hakatori trying to end this one. That nade should pick him up. Surely Lou's going to catch that one. He does. Hey, 1 versus 1. Hakatori, the new boy on the block, versus the veteran, the seasoned vet Battalions, the man of the hills, the man of the mountains. I think the 2 Diffix and Sost have heard the movement over. He's going to try and make the play now. Looks like Twisted Minds, Battalions is going for the res. Hakatori is trying to get as close as he can now. They're both up. He's caught in the open. It should be an ending repeat. Twisted Minds, winner, chicken dinner. I think they've done enough now. That should be a 2nd place for them. And there we go. They're able to clutch up at the very, very end. They held, arguably, the event for 2 days strong. When it came down to the last day, it was that question mark storm that really divided and actually split apart this leaderboard.
I mean, that was a day from question mark, and again, Twist left things very interesting, but again, when it counted the most, came through at the end of the day here. And again, that's nothing to take away from QM. They should still steal away that 1st place position with solid games today, but Twist refusing to go down. Navi was there tooth and nail, could have easily had that position in 2nd place, but again, comes through big. Vorpal Swords go down swinging, but that is one heck of a day here. And with crazy zones and, you know, some even crazier luck, I'd say the least. Like I said, we're now 6 games in, 18 matches through, and we have ourselves a victor.
I believe we have. I think it's done, dusted. The money will be confirmed out on the Discord itself, and we'll try and get a post out on social media. First and foremost, though, first thing you need to do is give this man a follow. We've had some outstanding casters all the way through here. CC is one of the oldest I've always worked with, not him physically age-wise, but I've started with him back in the day in console, so definitely put a few rounds under our belt. So always love my NACC. Does some NA stuff, does NA Pro Skims, does PC, does console PUBG as well, so give him a follow. He is the guy. Second, obviously, I just want to say a massive thank you to all you guys and girls out there. I set a goal actually beginning this year, coming into Christmas, that I was going to work very much heavily on my YouTube. My Twitch is very much thriving. I love my community on Twitch, but with the opportunity to cast across, I think there's an identity that actually there's some PUBG to be had on Twitch, YouTube Live compared to Twitch Live. PUBG Mobile seems to be rocking it over in YouTube, and I got an email last night or this morning saying that I made YouTube partner. So thank you very much everyone that has transitioned over and at least given us a sub and subscribe. If you haven't already, don't know anything about it, I'll get your link in chat. Go give us a follow over on YouTube, !YT, hit that subscribe. Because we're now a partner, we get the opportunity to give you guys benefits and perks. You get special roles, you get access into private areas within Discord and private chats where I'm hoping to share the assets and stuff that I'm given from PUBG that I'm allowed to share. I'm also happy to ask or answer any questions. I'm going to show a bit more about the behind the scenes, about how this works. That's all going to be in that private section of the Discord. So I hope that helps the community. So there's opportunity now I can give back to all those guys that are on that YouTube channel. If Twitch is your place, you stay on Twitch. I've got no problem. If you've got 2 minutes, give me some love over on that YouTube. That's it from us. 3 days of action, though. Best of 6 each day. That has ended up, though, on the 18 o'clock, and it has been outstanding. I'd say explosive action really happened on this third day. Next week, though, I should be back, and I'll be casting again 2 or 3 nights again for PUBG. We're doing another event coming up with the finals, and I've also been asked to do a bit more Rainbow Six. So lots of changes, lots of move. PUBG obviously still working on the event as well. Touch wood, I'm hoping I get something when it comes down to PUBG this year. I'd love to go and do a major event again, or at least host some of the grassroots stuff. It's all up to you guys, really. Keep shouting, keep screaming, keep coming to support PUBG. That's it from us. We're going to show someone some love and give them a massive amount of love in chat. Raid, emote, spam it. Let them know that you've come from the PUBG Esports, the pros of the pros. I'll see you guys next time.
I was caught up in a situation, could have gone real bad. I took a long vacation, no doubt left man of them mad. Gone. I left the hood, I said I would, so I'ma get mine and I won't feel bad. Nah, if they could, they probably should, but most man end up in a